Very good morning to you and welcome to St. Augustine in Trinidad for round number 3 of the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship. It's Jamaica versus Barbados here at UE Spec. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Gerard Basso, and this is an important game for both teams. Both teams are having an abandonment and a loss in their opening 2 games and need a win in the worst possible way. They are the 2 captains side by side, Trishan Holder and Jonelle Diaz. There are the 2 teams for today's game. Two changes in both teams. Kate Wilmot and Carrie-Ann Spencer coming in for Brianna Plummer and Kimari Campbell. That's for Jamaica. As for Barbados, they've also made a couple of changes. Kyra Collymore and Camilla Matthew Broom have come in. Alicia Bowman and Solange Halford have come out of the team here today. And there is one of the players who has been in the team from the start. That's Kate Wilmot with the ball at the moment, Gerard Basso.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Vidya, and definitely wonderful to be here. And exciting times for women's cricket all around the world, no less here in the Caribbean with this CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Challenge. Some overnight rain, some rain yesterday, some rain this morning. We've had a delayed start by just about half an hour. But the sun is out in all its glory at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at Spec in UE, and we're off and running.
Yeah, first delivery from Kate Wilmot in the books, and already a slip in place. There is a mid-wicket for the opening bowler, Kate Wilmot. Surprisingly, there is a third man on the boundary, and there are all of the other fielders inside the circle at the moment here. We did see on this rather heavy surface here at UE St. Augustine, and that's mainly because of the rain, and as a result of the rain they've been unable to cut the field, so the grass is still a bit high, so you're not going to get full value for your shots here. Not too many balls will go to third man. But I guess with the pace of Kate Wilmot, that might be another factor to consider.
Yeah, and this is Krishana McKenzie standing here at third, having a chat with Mr. Carl Brissett, the coach of Jamaica. And I had a walk video just before the start of the game while third umpire Simon Arun was doing his inspection, and there's quite a bit of moisture still in the pitch, so we may see some extra bounce.
Certainly will, and Holder just pulling away to the leg side to play that one, just opening up her stance as the modern players tend to do, to try to get that one through the offside. But as you mentioned, yes, there is a lot of moisture around, and certainly Barbados would have loved to have bowled first. They themselves extracted a lot of movement out of the pitch very early in their last game, and in fact one of their players getting a hat-trick in the 5th over. Still won't get the first run here. Yeah, and that was, of course, Tiani Herbert-Mayers, the off-spinner, taking a hat-trick coming in the 5th over. She got an enormous amount of turn. There was also some sideways movement for the bowlers in that game, Gerard.
Yeah, and I was mentioning to the Jamaica coach that here at UE, the breeze comes from the east-northeast, so there's always a strong crosswind here at this Spec facility.
And that crosswind will help the Jamaica bowler, because it comes it'll just move the ball away slightly at the end, not for someone of the pace of Kate Wilmot, but of the gentle medium pace that we tend to see from some of the bowlers at this level. It will move away slightly, just nimble away at the end of its the trajectory of the ball. This has been a good over here so far from Kate Wilmot. She's been on spot all the way through. That's a nice looking drive by Holder, but unable to get it past the bowler. That's a maiden to start here. Great start from Kate Wilmot, and the Jamaicans, as you would expect, are pumped up and ready for this one. None without loss after the 1st over.
Always a great way to start any limited overs or any format of cricket with a maiden of course, Trishan Holder, the captain of the Barbados Under-19 women's team, is coming off a well-played 41 from 51 deliveries from the game they played against Guyana Under-19 women on Thursday. And she hit 4 good-looking boundaries in that innings before actually being out late on in the piece. And that would have been the turning point. I think you would remember that was the turning point in that game, because while she was at the wicket, it looked easy for Barbados. But once she had departed, it all went south from there.
Jonelle Diaz is the Jamaica captain. She's about ready to bowl, and she will be bowling to Zalia Campbell. Campbell also played last year for Barbados in this competition, got a couple of runs, and a rather steady opener for Barbados. Not the spectacular talent that Holder is, but she's very, very steady. And she's just taking a look around just to make sure she has the reading of the field. Diaz going through her own routine here, just getting ready to go in. And Campbell now rather fidgety at the crease, pulls away, and these two having a little bit of a cat and mouse game at the moment. Campbell had that fall in the last game. Hope she has recovered from that. That is wide to start off. And the umpire, the question there for the umpire was whether that pitched on the pitch, first of all, and whether it was always going to be a wide, but it did not leave the cut strip. That is umpire Kelman Kaulesa from Trinidad. At the striker's end, it's Javid Prasad of Guyana. Nice looking defensive shot. Certainly Diaz doesn't have the pace of Wilmot, but she's very, very capable in terms of her bowling at the other end. As for the pitch itself, you would expect there will be some movement early, as there was in the last game, but that will evaporate as the moisture itself does the same.
One of the concerns with the pitch, and I'll come back to it after Lena Scott bowls.
That's well played again.
As I mentioned, Vidya, there was quite a bit of moisture still on the pitch. Of course, it would have been under covers for quite some time, but similar to the game against Guyana that Barbados played, on the northern end of the pitch, there are some cracks just outside the leg stump of the right-hander.
Nice shot into the gap. Well, get one. Didn't get all of it. Besides, you're not going to get full value for your shots here. Still a lot of wet spots around, but off the mark is Campbell. I'll bring Holder back on. You mentioned that innings that she played. She really looked composed in that match against Guyana, and they put a huge value on her wicket in this competition, because as soon as she went, Barbados just absolutely collapsed after that. It was an awful collapse for them, and I'm wondering if there are any lingering mental effects of that. Another nice looking shot here. This one beats the infield, just going to be one, and you can see as that ball went across, yes, it's rolling rather smoothly, but it's slowing down very quickly because of the heavy surface here at UE Spec.
Just to go back to the pitch conditions, there are those cracks, but they have been rolled in, and it's going to be interesting to see throughout the day if they do open up.
Nice looking back-footed shot, but straight to the bowler.
And if you remember, Vidya, in the game Barbados versus Guyana, towards the latter end of the match, some deliveries actually started to misbehave a bit on this northern end, dying out and keeping quite a bit low.
There's umpire Prasad, and at the other end, Diaz just pulling out of that. And the dugouts just to the left of where the pitch area is. This is one of the university towns. You have to call it a university town here in Trinidad. St. Augustine. Wow, that's one that just got away from Diaz. That's flown even high over the shoulder of the batter Campbell, who is the tallest player out there for the team in both teams.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's going to be a free hit.
Losing her direction, her bearings there for a moment. Skipper Diaz, who's actually 18 years old, so she can possibly play this tournament next year as well.
She also was captain last year, so she is a candidate to be back next year. And just pulling out. This is the second time she's pulled out of it. The conditions at the northern end of the ground are a bit more difficult. You might not be able to see it on your camera, but that dark spot just behind Diaz that you're seeing there, they actually had the leaf blower on that for a good 10 minutes or so to try to get it dry. Nice shot. Nice shot indeed. This might go away to the boundary. Well, it is slowing up dramatically, isn't it? And that has resulted in 2 runs. But on another day, maybe with a bit more, the outfield cut a little bit more, that would have run away for 4. 6 without loss after 2 overs. And just to talk a bit more about the conditions here, there's the Barbados bench. Dexter Toppin, the coach. It's scarcely believable that Dexter Toppin is 65 years old. He was running laps after he got his team all warmed up. He was doing some laps here, and that's certainly not the look of a 65-year-old. 11 first-class matches and 4 list A matches he's played, and won the Under-19 men's title 2018 and 2019 with the Barbados team, and here with the women's team again this year. Field change. Yeah, I think they've realized now that the outfield's very heavy. They brought in the third man from the boundary. Nice shot. Wilmot continuing here. And Wilmot, Kate and Cade, the twin sisters, are reunited once again. Jamaica did the same last year. They had Kate playing early. Cade was out of the team, and then brought them both in.
I had a look at them while they were going through their warm-ups. There's a kid on the other end of the field, and they do look quite fit of the bunch.
Oh, well, she's attempting a forcing back for the shot. The keeper's done some damage to her hands here, and yeah, it was noticeable earlier today during the warm-up that she was just easing herself into the warm-up, not doing too much glove work, and this could be the lingering effects of that here. Now she's mistimed one that has hit the... See what happens here. Right, now it's a late adjustment of the hands, not getting in line with it properly, and that may have hit the thumb of the left hand and pushed it back.
That's quite unusual for Lena Scott, who is one of the better female wicketkeepers of this age group. So she seems to be fine, though, and Wilmot's in again.
Yeah, they've taken out the slip now. Diaz has gone out the outfield. Just the one player outside of the circle at the moment on behind the batter. There's now another fielder who has gone out towards the long-off position. That's the counteract, I should say, the powerful driving of Holder and Campbell. Full toss, flicked away. Not going to go to the boundary, but it will result in at least a couple of runs here. 2 comfortable runs for Trishan Holder. Holder up to 3 now. She's now caught up with Campbell.
Quite a sedate start here from Barbados, but seeming to just get themselves into the groove. Of course, it's always difficult when you have delayed starts and possibility of a start and then no start. And then, of course, Trishan Holder has to put it out of her head that she lost the toss as well.
That's pulled away. There's a fielder out there, not going to carry to her. Wilmot was on the boundary, and the sisters almost combining to get the wicket. Obviously, a plan they're working on, just to pitch that short ball to entice Holder into the hook shot, and she did, but just didn't get the carry on it, and that was 1 bounce to the fielder.
Very good delivery there from Kate Wilmot. Well pitched delivery short. Just about shoulder height, but the class of Trishan Holder rocking back and hooking away to the fine leg area, picked up by Cade Wilmot.
And perhaps a bit mentally unsettled by that. She's now retaken a guard. Well, actually, this is Campbell, correction. And Campbell facing up at the northern end for the first time. Oh, that was quick. She hasn't quite attuned herself to the pace of Kate Wilmot. She has seen 11 balls or so from Wilmot, and this one really hurried on to her. And look at this, a well pitched up. That one was a good length delivery. Just a bit shorter than where it would be on a good length to Holder, but because of the height of Campbell, really had to. It was a rather hurried looking defensive shot. 9 without loss at the end of 3. So heavy conditions here, and the conditions for batting certainly will improve. So it's very important for these two, Holder and Campbell, to stay at the crease for as long as they can here until the conditions, the batting conditions, maybe after 10 overs or so, then you'll start to see the pitch just even out a bit. That's when they can really press on the accelerator. That's what happened with Guyana in the game that they played here.
Yeah, they took the time and they worked themselves into their innings, especially Trisha and Holder. And as you went deeper into the innings and deeper into the match and the conditions dried out, of course the sun is out here, but quite overcast conditions. And Vidya, you were out at pitch side with me earlier, and you can tell that at pitch side as opposed to off the field, is a lot more humid and it's very hot. So it's expected that the pitch is going to dry out in no time at all.
The coach, Carl Brissett, having a little bit of a talk to one of his players, Krishana McKenzie, and she seems to be the one to transfer the messages, to translate the coach's tactics out there to a team. So she's now heading out to have a talk with John L. Diaz. And there is some attention to the wicketkeeper. And at the same time, the Barbados team are getting some water. It's quite humid. After the rain, the release of the pent-up energy, the latent heat, as the meteorologists call it, certainly been unleashed on the players and our producer, who is sweating buckets here at the moment. Yeah, so yeah, ill-timed take by Scott. And yeah, it is the thumb. It is looking like the thumb itself. It is an injury that all wicket-keepers who are, you can feel the collective wince of wicket-keepers all over the world looking at this, because you know exactly the feeling you get when that hits the thumb area. The thumb is well protected in those gloves. It's a very large piece of hardened rubber, vulcanized rubber that's on the thumb. But still, when it's hit flush, it doesn't lessen the effect too much.
You say the collective sigh of pain from the wicketkeepers. Any wicketkeeper who is wicket-keeped in England, and then know, especially at certain grounds where the ball still moves after it passes the wicket, they would probably have some experience of that said thing.
And there's some news from the Ashes. England have won the third Ashes test by 3 wickets. And Australia now, well, they still lead by 2 games to 1, but it really has kept the Ashes alive here for England. And that test series continues to fascinate cricket fans all over the world.
And I can tell our producer, I told you so, because I've been singing that song since I got in here this morning. And of course, talking about the Ashes, and we're broadcasting women's cricket. Of course, the England women, a wonderful series win yesterday in the T20 leg of their Ashes series. They are now 4 points in, so they're trailing Australia 4-6 on points in their multi-format Ashes series, but definitely a wonderful win yesterday from the England girls. And of course a wonderful win as well on the back of another all-round performance from Captain Hayley Matthews, who's become the 3rd West Indian woman to take a hat-trick. I'm wondering if she had a chat with Tiani Myers.
Well, Diaz is going to continue here after a rather extended break. Flicked away by Holder into the gap, but won't get the single because Wilmot is there. She really does look a fine athlete. And, yeah, I know our producer was hoping that Australia would win, but I'm starting to doubt his crystal ball. It has several cracks in it. He hasn't gotten one prediction right in the last 5 years, I think.
No, he got one right. We worked the KFC tournament recently, and he got one right. I think it was the first Ashes test match.
One crack restored. That's a rather ambitious shot early here from Holder, and she really needs to just rein in her attacking instincts at the moment, because her wicket is so important to this team. She has to get that right balance between attack and defense at the moment. Oh, almost carrying to the fielder. And Jamaica have learned pretty quickly here. The outfield is heavy. They've now brought the majority of their players into the circle. And that's exactly what we saw Guyana do against Barbados and really stifle them.
Yeah, and Skipper Diaz here has found her rhythm and her line and length, and not giving much away to Trisha and Holder or Zelia Campbell.
Nicely played. Into the gap again. Just going to be one. That was elegantly clipped away by Holder. She really is a fine player, one of many of these Barbadian players to make their debut for West Indies. In fact, since 2002, a couple of them. She is one of those, and still playing for the under-19 team. That augurs well for Barbados cricket. Off the edge, that will earn a single. There's the one of the few players outside of the ropes at the moment. I really do feel that fielder is wasted. If you really have to keep these players inside of the circle, the ball is not traveling with any measure of speed at the moment. And even if it does get past you, you're not going to lose the run because it's slowing up so quickly.
Yeah, it is a heavy outfield, as you mentioned, not totally pruned.
Well, there's an appeal coming from everyone except those standing straight down the wicket, because that one was heading down the leg side. 11 without loss after 4 overs. Just a couple of runs in that over, but Barbados going along well here. And certainly the scoring rate, which is just under 3 and over, will improve as the tournament goes on. They are the players left out of the team today, as well as team manager. The Jamaica coach, Carl Brissett, is not there. He's walking around the field, just patrolling like an angry lion at the moment.
He's actually in front of us, because you can hear his voice just to the left-hand side of our tent here at the northern end of the ground. Bellowing out instructions. There he is, sitting down just to the left of our broadcast tent here.
Yeah, Carl Brissett also coached in 2022, the man from Portland in Jamaica. Played for Yorkshire alongside the likes of Michael Vaughan and Darren Gough, two of the outstanding England players. So well-travelled and well-respected coach in Jamaica. Also does some work with the Port Antonio High School, coaching cricket and football there. That's a good bounce again from Wilmot, and if anything, this pitch has provided a fair amount of bounce here, and I think that Wilmot, with her pace and really should be using this a bit more, some shorter deliveries, and she really is troubling Campbell at the moment. Campbell is just, you can see her initial movement. As soon as she sees the short ball coming, she steps away from her wicket. Ideal candidate for the 1-2 punch here. And there it was. She was trying to bring that up to attack the stumps, but Campbell good enough to get it away for a single.
And Kate Wilmot there. Coming off this is going to be the first game actually that Jamaica has been able to be on the field. Their first game here would have been rained out, but Kate Wilmot coming off a steady bowling in the last game that Jamaica played. She would have bowled 5 overs and only went for 17 runs. She didn't pick up a wicket, but she was quite economical. Though they would have lost to that game to well-oiled Trinidad and Tobago under-19 women's team.
Nicely played by Holder, and that flick shot certainly born out of a lot of time. She really does seem to have an enormous amount of time to play those shots, and played that one pretty well indeed. There is Cade Wilmot, who also bowls a right-arm medium pace.
Actually, Cade Wilmot is the left-handed of the twin sisters. But Kate continues from the southern end. Another delivery on a good length. Not allowing any freedom of arms from Zelia Campbell. So quite a quiet start to the innings here. Zelia Campbell on 5 from 11 deliveries, and Trishan Holder at the non-strikers end 6 from 18. And of course, wonderful times for women's cricket, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of women's cricket happening all around the world. Here's Campbell pulling this one away, backward of square, but it does not get to the fielder. not really in control of the shot, but you see there, good use of the short ball again from Kate Wilmot on the body line, not allowing Campbell to really free her arms and pull with any venom or pull with any authority, and just looping one up just in front of the umpire standing at square leg.
Last ball of the fifth over here, ball by Wilmot. Another short one. And yeah, she hasn't directed that one quite as well, but this is a good tactic here from Wilmot. Used the conditions early here to try to price out a couple of wickets. Just the 2 runs in the over, 13 without loss after 5. So the Sir Frank Worrell field here, and there is Hayley Matthews, and what a performance she has had in the series. Named the player of the series. 37-50, she scored 135 runs for the West Indies in that series, and earning the player of the series. Certainly well deserved.
And, as I mentioned a bit earlier, just the third female West Indian player to take a hat-trick in international cricket, behind Anisa Mohammed and Stephanie Taylor. Anisa would have taken her hat-trick against South Africa, and Stephanie would have taken her hat-trick against Pakistan. And now Hayley Matthews, who player of the tournament, player of the series in the T20I series against Ireland, also the player of the tournament in the recently concluded Women's Premier League, as Jonelle Diaz continues from the northern end. A ball on a good length, and just pushed back down to the bowler, just past the bowler is Trishan Holder, who's on strike. So definitely some exciting times here for women's cricket all round. The West Indies women with a convincing 3-0 series win over Ireland. This one is full and punched away by Trishan Holder, but no timing on the shot, and it loops up there. Miller does the fielding, coming in from short cover. And she is little but Talawa, they told me. She is the shortest of the team, is young Anisha Miller. And of course, India and Bangladesh started their series. The women started their series today. Is one on a good length again from Jonelle Diaz. India women winning this morning against Bangladesh women by 7 wickets. Another half century in the bag of Indian skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. And Bangladesh women playing without the inspirational seam bowler Jahanara Alam. But definitely 2 young upcoming teams.
Chance at the run out. Oh, that's hit Campbell on the back. My. She took that one flush on the center of the back there. And, well, the Wilmot sisters crossed there immediately to just check on her. Yeah, and she did nothing wrong. She was actually running to try to protect her wicket. And that one just hit her on the back. She seems to have a lot of bad luck on that end. That's exactly where she slipped last week. In the last game, I should say. And you can see there's the ball coming in. Oh, boy, that's not looking good at all.
That's the
just
top end
the
of
top,
the back,
yeah. Just on the shoulder blade itself.
The space in between the shoulder blades, yeah, that's really uncomfortable. Ugh. And of course, as you mentioned, Vidya, she did nothing wrong because she ran in a straight line. After she played the shot, she was on the offside of the pitch, so she did not change direction or anything like that. Yeah. But definitely, it's quite unfortunate. Good strong throw coming in there from
Kate Wilmot. In fact, it was a left-hander.
Yeah, who was at a short third on this occasion. So we're going to have yet another stoppage in play here. So some attention can be administered to Zalia Campbell, who seems to be a bit unlucky. She would have had that tumble, as Vidya said, in the previous game against Guyana, and injured her leg. And now today she has a bit of a bother with the back because of a incoming throw to the striker's end. And of course, speaking about women's sport and women's cricket, we mentioned the West Indies women against Ireland. India and Bangladesh women started their bilateral series today. Of course, the women's Ashes are presently going on. And then 2 days ago, Sri Lanka women, Sri Lanka home to the #1 batter in the world in the women's game, Chamariata Patu. They started their T20 series against the New Zealand women. So a lot of women's cricket being held all around the world presently. And that Sri Lanka New Zealand series is being played in Sri Lanka. So really trying conditions for many of the New Zealand girls who've never played on the subcontinent. Similar to this tournament video, a lot of these girls have not played in these type of conditions before.
I'm sure the quality of fields in Jamaica up to anything that in Trinidad and Tobago here. Well, she's looking a lot better, Celia Campbell. And she will be continuing here, the Jamaica physio, just having a talk with her. So 2 stoppages here. This is never going to be good for the batters to really have to stop and start, restart your concentration, get back into your processes. But I think that is Campbell going to go off here? It does look like she is going to go off after taking a knock to the back. And so this is not going to work very well here for Barbados. They're not going to be a wicket down, as you would know, but it's a break in the collective concentration of these 2 openers, Holt and Campbell. They batted a lot together. They opened the innings in last year's competition, which was a T20 tournament, and now they'll have to bring in their number 3 batter quickly here. Enforced change, so we hope to see that Campbell will continue later on, but she will have to leave the park for the moment here.
So she's going to be retiring hurt, hopefully not retiring out. The difference, of course, being if you retire hurt, you can return to take up your place in the batting order. If you retire out, you cannot return to bat. And
Holder, very much arm over the shoulder type of captain, just trying to reassure her new partner coming in that all will be well. Cumberbatch is the new batter. He looks like a great, looks to have great potential for a future Barbados senior and West Indies player.
Yeah, good batting all-rounder, Najani Cumberbatch. She scored 8 from 21 deliveries, but looked really compact while they batted. And we're going to expect, as an all-rounder, we're going to see her with the ball later in the piece. She bowled out her 6 overs on Thursday. 1 maiden, 32 runs. She didn't pick up a wicket, but was quite steady when she bowled. So we look out for that when Barbados take the field later.
Well, it's a real test of her mental abilities here now. And immediately getting into stride. That's a lovely defensive push out towards the cover region. And immediately, she was not expecting to be in at this time. But when you're batting at number 3, you have to expect to be batting from anywhere from ball 2 to ball 180 in the case of this 30 over a side game. That's well, looking to flick that one away. Didn't get much of a contact there, and they will get a couple of runs. It is a wide, so 2 runs to be added to the total. And yeah, she didn't get anything onto that. But as you mentioned, she really looked pretty good in that last game. And then she really, what Guyana did very well in that match is that they gave the ball a lot of air, a lot of flight, and that really confused. You could see that the Barbados batters really weren't expecting it. Another lovely shot here, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, the flight used by the Guyana bowlers really flummoxed the Barbados batters, and they declined sharply after that. 6 overs gone, 16 without loss. So they declined sharply after that, and there was no coming back once Holder left. And Cumberbatch herself was victim to one of those flighted deliveries, mistimed a pull shot and was caught at mid-wicket.
In particular, Sarah Amin, who bowled with generous, copious amounts of flight, and she was really slow. As we say, welcome to the UE Sports and Physical Education Center. For anybody who's been on the St. Augustine campus, SPEC, as we call it. And Sarah Amin, reminiscent of Indian spinner Poonam Yadav, who also bowls really slowly, and tosses the ball really high as well.
Well, not something you see in limited overs cricket in the men's game. That has disappeared largely. The only flight you see in the men's game is when the ball's flying out of the park.
Or when they're arriving on a plane.
That's the other one.
To the various venues around the world where cricket is played.
Well, Wilmot is going to continue here. And Wilmot 3 overs already into her 4th. Well, that one didn't get up at all. And you could see that immediately as it pitched short, Campbell was already on the back foot, sort of backing away a little bit. So the pace of Wilmot is having an effect here, but she hasn't quite been able to extract a wicket or two so far.
And that might actually be, Vidya, some of those cracks on this northern end of the pitch as well, too. So the change of pace compounded with and coupled with the cracks on this end of the pitch might be something to look out for.
Now the short one pulled just over the head of mid-wicket. They will get a couple of runs here. Cumberbatch off the mark with a couple. Not the most convincing of shots there. She was just pulling away slightly and then realizing the ball wasn't onto her as quickly as she expected. Just got it over the head of the fielder.
Yeah. Looking to get on the back foot again because of the pitch of the delivery. The delivery pitched is short of a length, and really no timing really on the shot.
Oh, that's good from Wilmot, just sticking to her guns here. And Cumberbatch again trying to go for the pull shot.
And this time
Scott has injured her hands once again. And that, I think it's the left hand again that's giving her the problems. And yeah, she wasn't quite, I don't think she was quite up for the game, because before in the warm-up she really wasn't looking as though she was interested and maybe paying the price here. A blow to the hand early.
Which she's fighting on, though.
Another attempted pull shot, and they will get one quite comfortably. This has been a good spell so far from Wilmot, and look at her figures, none for 8, and she's bowled 22 deliveries, and most of her deliveries, the cluster of deliveries, have been just short of a good length outside of the off stump, coming into the body.
And she is a tall young lady. I stood up next to both Kate and Kate at the beginning while they were going through their warm-ups, and she's actually a little bit taller than I am, so she does have quite some good height.
Well, that's another short one. That is pulled away. That's a better-looking shot there, and it is Holder this time. She will pick up a couple of runs. So they have set the trap here for the batter Holder. They have put the fielder out at fine leg. I think they would be better advised, if you're going to bowl short, you really need to get that fielder at backward square leg, because that ball would have gone directly to where it was hit by Holder.
Yeah, but you see there, Holder, again, as you've mentioned time and again, Vidya, that she has so much time. She seems to have so much time to play her shots. Unlike Cumberbatch, she just rocked back and pulled a short delivery backward of square.
Yeah, that's a rather ambitious-looking shot. Just trying to guide it into the gap at third man. Third man is inside the circle, so it's always going to be a risky proposition. And the scoring rate finally up to 3 and over. It's 21 without loss after 7 overs.
So steady going here from Barbados under-19 woman. And
that's a great view of the ground, isn't it?
I was just about to tell you that we have a great bird's-eye view of the UE Sports and Physical Education Center.
Yeah, and that... not sure if you're an ornithologist, sir, but can you spot the species?
I studied languages here at this campus, so this is going to be something really foreign to me.
Not ornithology.
Not ornithology. I know.
Of course, in Jamaica, there was an ornithologist who actually gave his name to the most famous spy in the world, James Bond, actually. The famous story in Jamaica is that Ian Fleming was in a bar, as he usually did a lot in those days, met an ornithologist, and he asked him, "What do you do?" He said, "Well, I study birds. I'm an ornithologist." And he said, "What's your name?" He said, "My name is Bond, James Bond." And he took his name as for his character, the character that he'd come up with. And Fleming was actually living in Jamaica at the time. He wrote the majority of the James Bond books in Jamaica. And there's Scott off the field.
Yeah, I was
talking about Jamaica. She's getting some treatment, and they will have to bring in a replacement.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you that Tiana Samuels took the gloves while we were listening to the James Bond story, and it seems like Liana Scott really won't be able to continue. It's going to be interesting to see if she does come out to bat.
Yeah, she should. She should be able to.
But hand injuries, it's unusual, as you mentioned, with the thumb. Being able to grip the bat may be a problem, especially if there's any swelling in the on the thumb or in the hand at all. But the replacement, Tiana Samuels, has taken up a position behind the wicket. And Johnny Cumberbatch is ready.
Yeah, so Samuels is also ready.
And off and running we go again.
Yeah, new wicketkeeper in. She doesn't go all the way down like we saw with more conventional keepers. She's just sort of staying on her haunches with her hands about a foot above the ground. You can see that there. So if the ball stays low, that's going to be a bit of a problem for her. Yeah, so while we've had Wilmot bowl 4 very good overs at the other end, John O'Diaz hasn't done badly here, the Jamaica captain. Done for 11 of her 19 deliveries so far.
Yeah, and she's coming off a good bowling effort as well against Trinidad and Tobago under 19.
Driven uppishly and just away from the fielder, and they will get the single. Yeah, so she is enticing that check drive. But that's why they have that short extra cover in place.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you that after her first over, where she had to stop her run up a bit and bowled a couple of wides, she has found her rhythm. She's found her line and length and hasn't given anything away.
Nicely played. Again, and beats the fielder. Not the best of fielding in that fine leg position. It's not going to hurt them more self at missing that one. She's a fine athlete, she and her sister. And that one still not the easiest of surfaces to field on. And you can see there was a bit of turf that was scuffed up here as she tried to field that delivery, that particular ball.
That's Judine E. Banks, who's at short fine leg.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying with the new keeper. She's not staying all the way down. So once the ball drops on her, she's going up and then suddenly having to come back down. Not able to take that one.
Judine E. Banks is now on the...
Oh, it's a misfield again. Jamaica scrappy in the last couple of deliveries here. And that time they get a couple of runs here. And it is Spencer this time who's allowed that one to drift past her.
Yeah, Carrie-Ann Spencer coming into the team today. Replacing Brianna Plummer. And that's not really good going by her, allowing the extra run there for Barbados.
3 balls to go in the over. Well, correction, that's the end of the over. 8 overs gone. And the Barbados under-19 women's team are 26 without loss. This is a good start here. This is exactly what you would have hoped for the Barbados team. Just weathering the storm in the early stages here. And unable to... Well, they haven't lost a wicket, so that's good. The only blemish has been they've lost Campbell, at least for the moment, with that she got a hit on the back by a throw that was coming in.
So slowly but surely, Barbados are continuing to go about their business, as we see here Anisha Miller, little but Talawa, they told me. She is the tiniest of the players on the field, but she does give it a good rip, the young leggy. So looking at her while she was warming up, she didn't miss a mark. The coach put down one of those markers for the bowlers to hit the spot, and she hit that marker continuously. Here she is.
Pulled away. There is a big gap there. Not going to travel to the boundary, or is it? Got there close enough, and that's a couple more runs here for Cumberbatch. She's listed as an off-spinner, actually. But maybe she does throw in the odd off-break or so, the odd leg break or so. Let's see. The listing was one thing.
There are bowlers around the world, you never know. They tend to bowl off-spin to left-handers and leg breaks to right-handers. Liam Livingston comes to mind immediately. He does that a lot.
Small change in the field. Oh, that one coming back into... And these two, Holder and Campbell, are very, very adept at... they're very good with the drives here and not quite able to pick out the gaps. Yeah, that's why the field is pushed out there. But in a mid-wicket position, I think they really are wasting those singles by pushing the fielders out there, because the ball's not going to be traveling fast enough out there to really get boundaries.
Despite her first delivery, though, Miller has pitched the ball on good lengths here and not really given away anything much.
In the air, away from the fielder, into the gap, well-placed pull shot, just the one run. She didn't get all of that, not enough to carry to the fielder out on the ropes.
And as you said, Vidya, the fielders outside of the 23-meter circle really should not be on the boundary rope. They should be about three-quarter of the way to the boundary rope, because the outfield is quite lush. And timing seems to be a little bit of an issue as well for a couple of the batters.
Nicely played. Oh, that's a good bit of fielding. Oh, that's lovely bit of fielding there, but it's overthrown slightly, but it won't harm them, because Wilmot is there to stop it from getting past. And there is the situation after 9 overs. 31 runs after 9, and that is 14 for Trisha Ann Holder. She's the top scorer so far. So 6 runs coming in the over. That is the most expensive over of the innings so far in the context of the game. And as soon as spinners come on, these two have found another gear.
As we see here, some lovely shots of the ground staff who have been, I must say kudos to them, because they have been hard at work. From the moment I got in here this morning, they have been out there ensuring that the covers stayed on when the rain was down, and then of course moving the covers on and off. And I can tell you, Vidya, it's not an easy job. Those covers do have quite some weight, especially when there's water on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed there was one of the groundsmen does in fact have a bird, a bird cage back there. Yeah, he does have that just at the back of the gentleman with the Rastafarian hairstyle. There's a bird cage there. So the bird's also having a great view of it.
I missed that. I was looking at the lawnmower. So we have a bowling change. It's a Cade Wilmot, a left arm seamer from the northern end, or the gymnasium end.
Yeah, so Cade Wilmot in. Not the same pace as Kate, but she can generate some pace here herself. And the left-hander's angle will certainly be discomforting here for the Barbados batters, who have no left-handed players at all in their team. Not a single one. Driven past the bowler. That's well played. But Mackenzie was there to sort things out for Jamaica.
And left-handed batters are something that you see very far and few in between in the women's game, unlike with the men, where sometimes you have a plethora of left-handed batters. One left-handed women's player that comes to mind is Beth Mooney.
Clipped away, but just short of the fielder. Almost carried there. And Eubanks did well to make the stop. It was just that awkward length in front of her, but she did well to stop it from getting past. And Wilmot almost doing the trick in her first over.
A couple of field changes here. More of a personnel rather than fielding positions. As,
yeah, they just pulled out the plants and put them all back in different spots.
So the short fine leg stays backward of square, forward square, mid-wicket, and mid-on.
Oh, that's short down the leg side, pulled away. This could go to the ropes. It has. One bounce and dribbles over the ropes for a boundary. The first one of the day, and that's Cumberbatch playing that shot that she loves so much. We saw it in the last game also. and a lovely pickup shot.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, unlike her sister, not quite the same pace, and left arm over the wicket and straying down the leg side of right-handed Najani Cumberbatch. And Najani Cumberbatch getting inside the line, going down on that one knee and hoiking over the short fine leg fielder and into the ropes. The first boundary of the Barbados innings.
Well, she's just rehearsing a shot that looks like one she's trying to play on the ground. Well aware that there's now a fielder at that backward square leg position for that shot. Another wide down the leg side. Wilmot has started over the wicket here, but none of the deliveries have pitched anywhere on the off stumper outside. They're all pitching outside leg or leg stump at the moment.
Well, after the boundary was hit by Cumberbatch, immediately Captain Jonel Diaz sent the long on, a wide long on, in Mackenzie onto the boundary rope, and then she also sent the fielder backward of square on the leg side. So she's protecting the leg side, as you say, balls pitching outside leg.
That's the first one to go on the offside, and that's driven straight to extra cover. So much better here from Wilmot. Not the pace of her twin sister, but she has to be a bit more consistent in the line, and with the likes of Cumberbatch and Holder there, they will pick off anything on the leg side. Both are very, very strong on the pads. Yeah, just pulling out. She's a little bit unsettled here. As you can see, there's umpire Kelman Cowlesser.
So, of course, in a 30-over affair, the power play is also now ended. 9 overs power play. So Jamaica can have more than 2 fielders outside the 23-meter circle if they so choose.
That's a nice looking drive, but straight to the fielder, so they won't go for the run. And a credit here to Jamaica. The fielders aren't fully back on the 30-meter circle, so that was easily cut off and the single prevented. 36 without loss after 10, and in the last 2 overs, we've seen 11 runs. So the scoring rate in the last 2 overs, 5.5. Previous to that, it was in the region of 3 all the way through.
There's Coach Carl Brissett, the Jamaica coach, talking to his skipper, Jonel Diaz, and giving some instructions and guidance as to some plans that may be employed as Anisha Miller, with the ball in hand at the southern end, the pavilion end, prepares to come in again to bowl to Trishan Holder, the Barbados captain, who's still there. And it's expected that while Trishan Holder is at the crease, that Barbados may be eyeing, as Vidya mentioned, increasing that scoring rate as they go along in their innings, and possibly getting up to 125, 130, probably even 150. So here is young Anisha Miller. This one is just short of a good length, and pulling away forward of square is Trishan Holder. Again, looking like she has so much time in the world to play her shots. Of course, Miller is not the quickest of the spinners, but she does hit good lengths. Good length on this occasion, right under the bat, and Trishan Holder getting down on one knee and thinking about hoiking over the leg side, thinking about that slog sweep, but the length definitely was not there for that type of shot. So not the right choice by Trishan Holder on this occasion.
Bit shorter this time, almost got that one true, and they will get a run here.
You'll have to wait on the umpire to see if there was an under edge. And as I suspected, there was an under edge that took it away from the wicket keeper. So runs off the bat on this occasion.
And you see from the reaction of Miller, she thought that one should have been caught, but that would be very cruel to expect the keeper to take that.
That's
because
really harsh.
The keeper's not there for under edges. Those are the most difficult of the catches for the keepers up at the stumps.
And remember, Samuel is in for the regular wicket keeper.
Now that's pulled away just over the head of mid-wicket. Just going to be one this time. And the young keeper, Samuel, she's not, she's kind of in her stance. She's really back on her heels. Instead of really pressing forward. Now she's pressing forward. The previous one, she was more on the back of her heels. And that's where she's not getting that forward momentum. Good, stayed down well for this one, but played away. So if it continues like this for a longer period here, Jamaica could be in serious trouble at the back end of this innings, because Holder and Cumberbatch are now starting to get attuned with the pitch. Well, they are already attuned to the pitch, but they're now starting to find their range here. Hits that well. Will that carry to the fielder, who is across it and takes the catch? And that is the end of Holder. And Holder, who was just starting to feel it out there, has now succumbed to the pressure, and she has found the fielder, and she is out caught for 15.
Yeah, a lot fuller on this occasion from Anisha Miller, almost right in the slot. And Trisha and Holder seeing the opportunity to press the scoring rate forward, opting for the big shot, clearing a front leg and looking to hoik over mid-wicket. A shot that she played well in the last game, but on this occasion the fielder is out there and a good running catch. She had to run probably about 5 to 7 meters to actually effect the catch, and she took the catch on the run, which is really good on her part to keep the hands as stable as she did and engulf the ball, taking a well-judged catch in the end. And the inspirational and anchor of the Barbados innings, their skipper Trisha Holder, goes back to the dugout.
Well, that's a massive blow struck there by Jamaica, with Holder back for 15. Campbell already inside with the injury. They effectively 2 down here, and that one hitting with the spin, and that is a really fine catch. A nice running catch in the outfield, and that should certainly give the Jamaica team a huge fillip here in their effort to restrict this Barbados team to a manageable total. So after 11 overs here, it is 38 for 1. Just 2 runs and the wicket in that over.
At the end of 10 overs, I was talking about, before this 11th over with the wicket, I was talking about the possibility video of Barbados getting up at 130, 140, possibly even 150 in their 30 overs on the back of skipper Trisha and Holder. But now the equation and the dynamics has definitely changed.
Yeah, with the dismissal of Holder. Once Holder is out there, you're never really in control of the game. But now that she is out, well, it's a different ball game altogether. And Cumberbatch will have to carry the weight of the team now. She's the other more experienced player out there for the Barbados team. Here's Cade Wilmot to continue. And again, tending towards the leg side. And picking up the 1. Yes, so certainly that still not getting not getting that ball anywhere outside the off stop. Just a 1 delivery so far on the off side. Not trying to get that edge true to the keeper.
But this first delivery on this occasion, though, a lot straighter than the last over, where the majority would have been down the leg side. And again, opting to have the long on back, a wide-ish long on, and a deep backward square on the boundary rope.
Well, that's good. That's good. Confident appeal, but turned down by umpire Carl Lesser, who's reckoning that that one would have beat the off stump.
Possibly pitching outside leg stump or going on with the arm. It looks a lot closer on replay here. I thought it probably pitched outside the leg stump and was going across at first glance, but on replay it looked to have pitched and straightened.
Well, it's not never going to be conclusive from this angle, but umpire Carl Lesser, who's a vastly experienced umpire in the best position. That's good. Much better here from the bowler in this over. Wilmot has finally found her range. Hopefully she can continue to pitch it in those areas.
Yeah, this is a much better over, finding more so her lengths in this over, varying the line slightly, but definitely a better length in this over from Cade Wilmot.
Callender has acquitted herself well. She's another well-coached batter from this Barbados team, but can she translate that into runs? Wilmot, you could see that the belief wasn't there halfway through. Decides to pull out.
almost like she was in two minds as what after what she wanted to deliver on that occasion. Of course, the Wilmot sisters, 18 years old, they're going to be celebrating their birthday at the end of next month.
Again down the leg side and another wide.
Which means that they will be able to return next year for this tournament, turning 19 the next year after the end of the tournament, given that the tournament usually is held in the middle of the year, June, July, August time period.
Straight to the field again, as you mentioned. Yeah, the tournament is held in July. In fact, on this day last year, Jamaica recorded their first victory of in history in the tournament. The tournament started last year. They beat Guyana last year by 18 runs on this day. Lena Scott scored 43 and Kate Wilmot 29 not out in Jamaica's 115 for 3 in that match. Again down the leg side, another wide. And then Kimari Campbell took 2 for 7 in 3 overs to lead them to victory over Guyana. Campbell, unfortunately, is not playing today, left out of the team. But the other two, Lena Scott, off the field with an injury at the moment, and Kate Wilmot, an impressive 4 overs so far.
And that's that stat that you just read out, Vidya, is instructive of Lena Scott, who is one of their more senior and stable batters.
Hit and caught, oh, dropped. It went for a moment there. It looked like Miller had it under control, but I think she went to ground too early, and as that left shoulder hit the ground, the ball spilled out, and she's left very disappointed here.
Another one just outside the off stump here, and rocking back was Sabi Kalinda, trying to punch the ball through the extra cover region, only picking out Anisha Miller, and Miller, unfortunately, unable to keep the ball in her grasp. So Sabi Kalinda lives to fight another day.
Another wide, third in the over here, and not a great over. She started off the over really well, but now, since then, a third wide in the over. So she's bowled 7 deliveries, and still 2 legal deliveries to go here. And twin sister, well, that's not the twin sister, is it? Yeah, it is. Kate Wilmot across to have a word with her. And they change their hairstyles in the same way. Every year they come back with a different hairstyle, and it's the same one they both have. So they make it even more difficult for us to identify them. But at least it's 37 and 38. They can't wear the same number.
As a short mid-wicket goes into place.
Slower delivery. Edged away past the diving figure of Samuels. Just the one. Would that have carried to a first slip? I'm not sure. Given the pace of the wicket and the pace that Wilmot is bowling at, that may not necessarily have carried to first slip. All the same, it's 1 run more, and Barbados at the end of 12 overs are 44 for 1.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that the skipper herself went into a short mid-wicket before that delivery was bowled, and it probably would have told you that she may have been bowling at that straight line or leg stump line. That occasion, pitching outside the off stump, a slower delivery. As you see here, some of the bowling figures so far for the Jamaica team. Definitely the pick of the bowlers so far. Anisha Miller with the wicket of Trishan Holder. Her 2 overs have only cost us 7 runs. And we see there Kate Wilmot off the field.
Yeah, that looks like a problem with her heel.
Yeah. She's rubbing that heel.
And then to her left, there's Scott, Lena Scott there.
In the bib.
Yeah, she's nursing a thumb injury also.
Yeah.
That's from while keeping. So the walking wounded they are in Jamaica so far.
And Kate Wilmot is actually rubbing the ankle and heel of her front foot. So it's going to be interesting to see if she returns to the field of play as well.
Miller continues here and dropped the catch in the last over. Yeah, she was just that one. It went to her wrong hand first of all, and I think as she didn't quite roll on the left shoulder as she would have liked to in taking the catch. Well played by Callender. picks up another single. So she's on to 2. Cumberbatch has gone along well, 14 of 21 so far. And given that she's come to the crease at the fall of the, well, not the fall of the first wicket, but the loss of Campbell to an injury, she's done well. She doesn't quite have the explosive bat speed of Holder, but she does really live at just nudging the ball around into the gaps. Her real strength really is playing those leg side those pull shots, I should say. She's very good at those.
This is good. This third over here from Anisha Miller. She's straightened her lines quite significantly since her first over. And in straightening her lines, she's varied her lengths just slightly, but giving nothing away, bowling wicket to wicket.
Hit straight back to Miller and over her head. Through the hands that time. That one flashed through the hands and into the back of the net. Hit too powerfully for her.
She is definitely not the tallest on the field, though. But maybe just mistiming her jump just slightly. And another drop catch going down from Anisha Miller, but a good delivery nonetheless, allowing no room for Cumberbatch to free her arms and only being able to pop it up back to the bowler.
And we'll pick up another single here. And the runs have come. And is that going to be a wide? Yes, it is a wide, so another couple of runs here. And since the end of the 8th over, the runs have started to flow a bit more. After 8 overs, they were 25 without loss. So the next 22 runs have come in 4.3 overs. Make that 23. 23 runs coming a lot faster here. So with the sun coming out in all its glory, yes, there are a few clouds around, but with the sun out here, there are the puffy clouds away to the east of the ground. None of the nimbostratus clouds that we certainly will be looking out for to bring rain.
Just a slight delay here as the batter, Sabi Calendar, readies herself to face Anisha Miller.
I didn't quite get the gap there. Another nicely played shot. You can tell these two have been true coaching for many years. They really get themselves into great positions, but beating the field and really getting the ball into the gaps, that's one part of the game they certainly will improve upon. 48 for 1 after 13 overs.
And as you mentioned, Vidya, the remainder of the Barbados batters never seem to look like Trishan Holder, like they have enough time or the power or hand speed. And it begs the question as to whether it was the right time for Trishan Holder to really open her arms and try to up the scoring rate. And her decision to play that shot and get out in that manner, knowing that there was a deep mid-wicket, is going to be interesting. As we say, it begs the question whether it was the right decision on her part to go for that shot at that time and not stay and anchor the innings. So the current run rate 3.69, the projected score still 111, which you would think might be a fighting score, given that Jamaica are coming off a game where they did not bat or get up to 100 runs.
Barbados bowler restricted to 99 in the last game. Cade Wilmot back and seems to have overcome that little strain to her right foot. Seems to be okay now.
Probably just a change of spikes.
Could be. As well, it looks fairly clean, so I'd imagine these are these spikes that she's come out with.
Yeah, new spikes, a little bit more cushion as you get into that bowling stride.
Nicely cut away. And just straight to the fielder. So still not picking the gaps here. So the Barbados team hoping to get somewhere in the region of at least 150, 48 for 1. And we're not even at the halfway stage of the innings. But definitely an acceleration in the scoring rate. The scoring rate 4.6 in the last 5 overs. It was at 3 in the previous overs. Cut away and into the gap finally. They should get a couple here. They 10 for the second run, but they've been sent back. And that's a good call from Calendar she was coming to the danger end, and she said, no way, Jose, I'm not going to try that one. So just one away from the 50 now, Barbados. And these two teams really, they are the two dominant countries in women's cricket in the region. Both have 5 50-over titles and 3 T20 titles. That's hit again towards Miller, and just a little bit short of the spinner. Yeah, that's the area that they've been working on, and the calendar so far has not been up to the test.
And, as you mentioned, the titles, Barbados are the reigning Super 50 and T20 Blaze champions in the women's game. So they're under 19s here, seeking to probably do the treble and bring another title back to the gorgeous island of Barbados.
A good delivery, very good from the bowling there, Wilmot. And the calendar is getting herself into some problems here. Just driving uppishly, and that short extra cover position, that's going to be critical. And that's why they've decided to make a change. They've moved Miller, who's looked a bit suspect in fielding, and the captain Dares herself has gone there. Wilmot again pulling out, and she could have had a couple of wickets in her spell so far. Both catches going in that region, both going down.
Yeah, and all the drop catches and all the chances seem to, the ball seems to be following Anisha Miller. She has dropped 2 in the field and 1 off her own bowling.
Oh, John L. Dares, I'm not sure if that was, and yeah, it is following us definitely. You know, it's gone to the leg side.
There you go.
But she did well. She did well. The catch going down, her shoulder hitting the ground, and it's spilling out. You can't really blame her for that because that one dropped short of her. But after 14 overs, it's 49 for 1, just 1 run in the over.
And of course, as she takes her mark at the southern end, Nisha Miller, the wicket to fall is to her name. So despite the drop catches or the missed chances, the missed opportunities, young Miller has gone about her business very well. She's not related to Nikita Miller, I'm told. So she takes up the bowling here for her 4th over. Figures of 1 for 12 from her 3 so far. The 15th over.
Well played. Good delivery. Talking about relations, we have the 2 Collymore sisters playing for Barbados today. Their father would have played alongside the Jamaica coach, Carl Brissett, in county cricket many years ago. That's too short, but straight to the fielder though. Good bit of work there at mid-wicket. That's been an important position today and competently dealt with there. So Brissett played his career in England, and Collymore was one of the players he would have played alongside. Nicely driven. Finds the gap this time. Just the 1 run through that extra cover position. A really nice shot there by Cumberbatch. It's a real pleasure to watch her at her work here. She and Trishan Holder, lovely technicians. Calendar still just, you feel that there's not that veneer of confidence in her game as with the other 2 I've mentioned. Nicely played, though. Not going to beat the 3rd man. There's not the pace in the outfield to really run it past 3rd man here.
No pace from the bowler either, because Miller is not the quickest of spinners. As you find with most of the female players, they tend to bowl, when they're bowling spin, that is, they tend to bowl a lot slower than their male counterparts. Someone who changes their pace quite well is Sophie Eccleston, though.
Well, that's too wide down the leg side. Oh, there could be a chance at a run out here. Oh, they went to the wrong end. I don't think that the fielder, Spencer, really sized up the situation. She just threw it back into the keeper. And on the other side, it was that Cumberbatch was actually, both batters were almost at the same end.
They shook hands. Said, how are you doing?
And they could have exchanged business cards at the same time.
They could have had lunch. But Spencer there not lifting her head and seeing the opportunity really at the non-striker's end.
Oh, great delivery from Miller. That one just going straight on with the arm, and Callender not able to read that one at all. Yeah. Still something in the pitch here for the spinners.
And of course, the slower you bowl as a spinner, you tend to get a lot more purchase out of the pitch.
Nicely driven. 2 full this time from Miller, and 1 for Callender.
Yeah, quicker delivery on that occasion. As we come upon the halfway mark of the Barbados batting innings, 52 for 1, Barbados under 19 women.
So 52 for 1 at the end of the 15 overs, just over 3 runs and over, but the scoring rate has picked up in the last 7 overs or so, and they will pick up after that. So far, story has been Nigel Cumberbatch. She's gotten 18 runs, 15 for Holder, but Barbados a steady start here, and they will look to press on the accelerator in the last 15 minutes as we go further into this match. Round 3 action here, CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship at UE Spec in St. Augustine. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back here to the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship Round 3 match between Jamaica and Barbados. Barbados 52 for 1 at the end of 15 overs, and they have lost a wicket of their inspirational captain Trishan Holder, caught for 15 off the bowling of Miller. Couple of chances to go down for Jamaica, both to Miller. One a drop catch, the other going through her hands, the one dropping short of her. She's been in the war as the Jamaica's spinner. And Barbados have also lost Zakia Campbell to an injury. She was struck on the back while taking a single, a throw coming in, hitting her squarely in the shoulder blade. She had to leave the field. She might be back on later on. And a lot to talk about for Dexter Toppin, the coach of the Barbados team. Played some cricket in South Africa, Dexter Toppin. And as I mentioned, champions with the boys team. This one is a catch that has gone down again. Just after the break, and that is put down by Bryce. Oh my, that was the easiest of the chances so far. Straight in and straight out. And Jamaica are not doing themselves any favors at the moment.
Hello, video. Hello, everyone. Yeah, definitely. It is something that is of concern in this tournament. Some of the fielding and indiscipline in the bowling. And on this occasion, Cade Wilmot pushing the ball wide, short and wide. And
oh, that's a good delivery. Nice testing delivery outside the off stump. And there's really a lot of uncertainty in the play here of Calendar towards those deliveries coming across her. This is where Jamaica have not made the best use of the left armour. No slip in place. There's been an edge that has gone through the slips. And 3 chances now going into that extra cover region. 2 dropped and 1 just dropping short of the fielder. So she is in some problems here. Jamaica making the chances and not converting any of them. And the keeper's down here. Samuels, what's wrong here now? I think she's also taken a blow to the hands. Has she? Well, she's rolling over in pain now. This is not great to see. And the physios have a lot of work to do now. And John Eldair is the captain, and she is quite a fine example of a skipper. She's gone across to take care of the keeper. The gloves are coming off at the moment. And wondering what is happening here. What has caused this youngster to fall to the ground as dramatically as we've seen?
And as you were chatting about the chances, we just saw the umpire at square leg signaling to the dugout, and the standing umpire had taken the ball from Cade Wilmot, but didn't really see what had happened with young Samuel. But worrying signs nonetheless.
Yeah, Kerry-Ann Spencer down here for Jamaica. We also had Lena Scott go off. The 2 keepers off now in the team. And let's see if we can piece together what happened here. Here's the ball from Cade Wilmot. Is it a blow to the hands? Well, that one went outside the off stump. It was... Ooh, it wasn't taken cleanly. And I think it's... let's see what happens here. The keeper's walking across to it. And then... what happens? She goes back to the top area, and then she's pointing to something in the air.
It's possible that she was actually asking for them to take her off, signaling to...
No, I don't think that was coming off. She's pointing at something above her head, and then she suddenly went down. Now, I'm wondering if... Now, we couldn't see it here, but that ball dropping just in front of her, was there maybe the ball coming on to hit her on the head? I'm not showing if there is a head injury here involved. But she went down, and look at that. She's clutching the front of her face. So there is a possibility that the ball could have bounced up and hit her on the head. We did mention earlier that she's not one that stays low. She just stays crouched and then comes up. So that may have been the issue there for her.
It's a great possibility, but these are not good signs. You never want to see a player at any level having to be taken off by a gurney and by the medical team that are here. So, of course, we will get some word as to what in fact transpired. But really unfortunate. Jamaica, they have already had to substitute one of their wicket keepers, Lena Scott, their regular wicket keeper, with an injury to her hand. And young Samuel coming in here would have replaced her behind the stumps. And now for her to be taken off in a gurney is a really worrying signs. And she seems not to be moving much. So it is possible, as you said, Vidya, she may have copped a blow in the head. And you see there, she's just moving her head around just ever so slightly. But she does seem to be conscious.
Well, the staff is talking to her, which is the first thing. So they are possibly asking her, maybe doing a concussion test. What ground are you at? And The other questions, which team are you playing against? That's one of the questions. What team are you playing for? And if you can't answer questions like that, you know it could be problematic. So that's what they're talking about. And the Jamaica manager also heading across there to deal with the situation. Tricia Ford, correction, that's the Barbados manager. The Jamaica manager is heading across there. Yeah, and we're now hearing that it is an injury. The ball struck her on the chest, just below the collarbone. Oh, it's a breathing problem.
Yeah, that's Navleen Ricketts, the Jamaica manager, making her way across to the
Navleen Ricketts, correction,
first aid ambulance and so on. So we do wish her well. She probably is going to have to be taken across to one of the near medical facilities.
Next, there is a wide as we restart here. Down the leg side and wide from Wilmots. And it is Scott who has come back on to do the keeping. And not a blow to the chest, but a breathing issue. So the advances in medicine, players who in the past who would not have played with asthmatic conditions or so would get the opportunity to play. But it has been quite hot here. That's very short from Wilmot and cut into the gap. And that's a nice stop there by that player, just sticking out the right boot to make the stop. Yeah, and we know that several players in the international game do play with asthma. Stephanie Taylor, arguably the greatest player ever to come out of Jamaica or at the West Indies level. She also comes around with asthma condition. That one striking on the pad and turned down by umpire Cowlesser. And in fact, she did have an incident here in Trinidad, Stephanie Taylor, where she had left her inhaler with the umpire. There goes the ambulance taking the young Spencer off to the hospital to get the check. We certainly hope that she will be fine.
A number of players who play with various ailments, if you will. Christopher Henry Gill as well has a notable history of such.
Flicked away. And they will get one at least. There should be a second on offer here. And they do get the second run as Mackenzie comes across to do the fielding. So Jamaica having some problems here. A lot of drop catches. Injury to their keeper. Now they've lost their second string keeper, Kerry-Ann Spencer. She's gone off the park. And there's a doubt as to whether she will actually be able to bat today at all. And I don't think the management team will risk having her bat at all in this match. Going for the big hit, and that's gone straight through and hit the leg stump. She's run out of patience here, Calendar. She was never comfortable at the crease, and finally going for the big shot at Wilmot, getting that one on the stumps, and has reaped the rewards here. Second wicket for Jamaica, Barbados 57 for 2.
Yeah, definitely a shot that she was fed up of just staying there and prodding away. But good from Kate Wilmot on this occasion. She had been pushing the ball wide outside the off stump the entire over and the odd one down the leg side. But this time choosing to touch down on a good length straight, holding its line and taking that middle and off stump. And Calendar, unfortunately, has to go back to the dugout. So Barbados under 19 women are now 57 for 2 at the end of the 16th over.
Well, it hasn't been a perfect performance here from Wilmot, but she has reaped the wicket of Calendar, bowled for 5. Most of her deliveries have come down the leg side. A few, she's overcompensated, bowled too wide at the off stump. But when she's gotten it right, well, I don't think you can argue with the results there. Calendar, who has been driving away at a lot of deliveries, producing a couple of chances to the offside, finally losing her patience and has gone here. So Nigel Cumberbatch will be facing up now, and she's seen a couple of wickets go. And I think Campbell has come back out here. Campbell, who was who came back off, and Campbell has now come back on to do battle here. She was struck in the back earlier today, And now back on for a team Barbados. Too short. Pulled away. There is a fielder out on the ropes. So just going to be 1 run. Yeah.
One of those odd deliveries from Anisha Miller, pitching too short. And with her pace, she would allow a batter of Najani Cumberbatch's quality to just rock back and pull to the leg side. And she's off and running again, coming back out after that injury earlier.
Officially her first shot back out and gets 1. There's no one in that mid-on position. Yeah, so she was going through for a single when Wilmot threw the ball in. Cade Wilmot, that is, struck her on the back. Yeah, so she seems to have recovered from that. I think it just struck her on the shoulder blade, which is always very, very painful. Here's Miller again. Playing the late cut and playing it well. Just going to get 1, though. Mackenzie, who has done a lot of work on the boundary ropes, picks up that 1. So 2 wickets down now. Barbados 60 for 2. Hasn't been the perfect start for them after the break. The ball is starting to keep a little bit low now, and with the lack of pace here from Miller, that effect has been pronounced. But you think back, after the break, Barbados came out. Callender hit a catch immediately. She was dropped. It didn't cost them too much. She went shortly after that. But they have not settled well here, Barbados, since that break. Nicely played. Well, that was hit back powerfully. There's an appeal for a run-out decision. But umpire Prasad says not out. Not sure if Miller actually got her hands to that.
It seems just to come off the fingertips. We'd have to see it on the replay, but all's when that ends well because the batter never left her crease. We see here...
That's Dexter Toppin,
Barbados coach.
And he, alongside the assistant coach of the Barbados team, there just talking things over, trying to figure out what's going. And I believe that would be Charlene Tate, the assistant coach, former West Indies and Barbados player. 16 ODIs and 1 T20 between 2008 and 2010.
And of course, speaking of coaches, the West Indies women have a new coach in Shane Dietz, former first-class Australian player and a coach as well. And he's going to be taking up the reins as a head coach of our West Indies women's senior team in the month of August as the girls prepare for their next series, which is going to start in October down under in the summer of cricket in Australia. So some changes to the senior team, but he did say that he's excited to take up the reins, and he said that he has seen, from what he's seen, there are a lot of young players that can lend itself to that exciting brand of cricket and that rebuilding phase that West Indies cricket does need to go through. As we continue here, Cade Wilmot with her 5th over on the trot from the northern end.
Good shot, but just coming off the body of the fielder. That's a twin sister. No, that's not a twin sister. Similar hairstyle. That's Diaz, actually, the captain, and preventing the single. And the newly installed West Indies coach leaving the position with the Netherlands women's team. Campbell just fending that one down. She's not doesn't have the range of strokes as, let's say, Trishan Holder or Cumberbatch for that matter, but she's quite steady. She stays out there and she plays her heart out for a team.
And just to go back to something you mentioned before the water break about accelerating at the end of the innings.
Oh, gone straight through. Wilmot has done the trick again. One that stayed a little bit low, and unfortunately for Campbell, played across the line. So that is a 2nd wicket for Wilmot, and that has gone straight through the defense and crashed into the stumps of Zakia Campbell.
And it seemed to me it was just a slower ball. She seemed just to run her fingers down the side of the ball. But of course, pitching in a very good area was Kate Wilmot, and picking up her second wicket here and putting Barbados into a further spot of bother. As we see here, running the fingers down the side of the ball, and of course not getting up, not bouncing as high as she would have expected. And she has to go back to the dugout.
So a third wicket now for the Jamaica team, and Barbados, who went in at the break at 52 for 1 and now 61 for 3. So 9 runs, couple of wickets down here. So this is getting dicey here for the Barbados team. And we saw that once Holder goes, there do tend to be a few tremors in this Barbados team. But Cumberbatch is still there, and she will try to do a level best to keep her team in this game. So the dreams of possibly getting to 150 may not be there at the moment here. Big challenge for these players. I believe this would be Tiani Herbert-Mayers, the youngster, coming in. It is Herbert-Mayers, only 14 years old. Remember, she took that hat-trick against Guyana in taking 3 for 9 in the last game. But a big task for her here alongside Nigel Cumberbatch.
Yeah, and I was wondering where would the power come from, and where would the batting come from once Holder had gone. But it is good to see Najani Cumberbatch back out batting. She plays this one down into the short middle wicket region. Another good delivery from Kate Wilmot. And now that she's back out there, as you mentioned.
And there is Chris Brabazon, the Cricket West Indies appointed Mr. Brabazon as the first ever coach education manager of the West Indies team. That one strikes on the pad. That looks close. Umpire says it's not out. And Chris Brabazon, very much a part of the West Indies setup, the first ever coach education manager with the team. Here's the decision again. This one heading down the leg side. As even from this angle, you can tell that one may be pitching down leg and going further away. And Brabazon came into the role after the role of coach development manager with Western Australia for 6 years. And he's worked at every level of Cricket Australia coaching development pathway from grassroots to international level. Well experienced. Certainly great to see him here at the watching the young ladies in this very tight match. Pulled away into the gap again. There is a fielder out there, but mid-wicket does well. That's a good sliding stop. Still get the single though, but that is some good work. And that's is that Plummer out there? Gordon, in fact, 24. Brianna Gordon is the player out there who's making that stop. Miller's done a good job, but she's into her last over, just her last 5 deliveries. 1 for 20, not bad figures at all from the young spinner. That's hit over the infield. Not going to carry to the boundary here from Herbert-Mayers. And they've decided to stay for 1. I think they definitely should have pushed for 2. Not fast enough with that first run.
Yeah, that's one of the things that coaches usually tell you, to run the first one hard so that you always have the chance of coming back for a second. Sometimes taking that second on the throw, depending on who the fielder would be and where the ball has gone.
And that's steered down to that short third man position. And so good here from Barbados, picking up 2 wickets in since the break. So good here for the Jamaica team. Will they be able to force home the advantage? Oh, they almost got another wicket there. That was a careless looking shot by Callender, and almost steering that back onto the off stump there.
This one seemed not to get much bounce on it either.
Yeah, it's not coming off the surface as we would have seen as earlier in the game. Cut away nicely. Oh, straight through the player. That's not good fielding at all. She tried to go down to the wrong barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier was not put in the pathway of the ball. That defeats the purpose of the long barrier.
Yeah, the point of going down that way is to ensure that your entire body gets behind the ball. But the ball had passed her actually before she got that knee onto the ground, but allowing an extra run.
Another big shot here by Tiani Herbert-Mayers, and some width offered by Miller, and I think she'll be happy with her figures. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. A good effort here from the young spinner out of Jamaica, Anisha Miller.
Yeah, to go on the back of 3 overs, none for 22 in the previous game, Anisha Miller. And bowling has 6 overs on the trot, actually, which is good. And that shows good signs of fitness and concentration and knowing exactly what you want to do. And I mentioned earlier that I saw her during their warm-ups and hitting that mark, the shilling that I mentioned in the last game, the handkerchief, more often than not. So very good going by Anisha Miller.
Shilling, you say, again betraying your age here, Jared.
And Kate Wilmot also bowling her overs on the trot.
Yeah, she's gone for the full 6 here. Pulled away. Just going to be 1. Field is onto it quickly. There was a fielder in that square leg position. This is good from Kate Wilmot. Just shows her fitness. She has not, her pace hasn't, she isn't the fastest to start off with, but it hasn't wavered all the way through the 6 over spell.
And I noticed a couple of deliveries that are actually starting to misbehave. So as the pitch dries out, it's going to be interesting to see as Jamaica take to the crease in the next innings.
Nothing wrong with that one, as just guided away into the offside. And Tiani Herbert Mayers, she did look pretty good in the last game, but when the wicket started to tumble for Barbados, she was one of those that fell within those clutch of wickets. So she'll be hoping to produce a better effort here for her team. And more encouragement from the outfield.
That's a good delivery from Kate Wilmot. Straighter lines on this occasion as opposed to earlier in her bowling spell. And Herbert Myers in the last game was actually run out by Sarah Amin. Sarah Amin, who had that unfortunate distinction of being the other side of the hat-trick that Tiani Herbert Myers would have taken in that game for Barbados versus Guyana. As we see here, Kate Wilmot on the other side, fielding down there at long off. As this one, another good delivery from Kate Wilmot, touching down just on middle and off and holding its line, allowing Tiani Herbert Myers no room to play her shot.
So Wilmot just 2 deliveries away from finishing her spell, and she has been the most influential of the bowlers so far for the Jamaica team. 1 run, just going to be 1. Yeah, so last ball coming up, and she hasn't quite gotten it right largely in this spell. I don't think she'll go home. She'll be calling her mom later and telling her, well, this was my best spell ever. The figures 2 for 17 are pretty good, but despite lack of control at sometimes, she has stuck to her task well. 2 for 17, don't think she's going to complain about that too much.
Definitely a good addition by the Jamaica team. I remember Kate played the last game, and Kate didn't play in that game that they lost against Trinidad and Tobago on Thursday. So definitely a good addition here. And her final delivery is pitched wide outside the off stump, pushed to short extra cover again. Another one pushed to that short extra cover region. But there's no run, and at the end of 20 overs, Barbados under 19 women 66 for 3. 10 overs to go in this 30 over per side encounter at the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19 Challenge. Shots there of Nevelyn Brissett the manager of the Jamaica team, Nevelyn Ricketts, I beg your pardon. And talking about a bird's eye view, some of those arriving here. One of the many Caribbean Airlines flights arriving here to beautiful Trinidad, the island of sea, sand, sun and soca.
And also Jared Basso, who's here with us today. 20 overs gone, 66 for 3.
Why, thank you. That's a great compliment.
I haven't seen it in the advertising by the tourism board just yet, but it
Soon,
might carry on.
Soon.
So last 10 overs here, Barbados, 66 for 3. Lost a couple of body blows being landed by Jamaica. Now it will be a double change. And here is the new bowler for Jamaica. This will be Brianna Gordon to come in. Gordon's hit that straight back. Go! And Gordon has struck early here. Well, that's a good catch and a correction there. That is the new bowler. It's Brian who's come on and has taken the wicket. What a way to start here. First ball, first wicket. And that is a lovely caught and ball. That wasn't the easiest of catches to take.
Well, a rather innocuous a start here. Just a easy run up as you like. A bit of flight. And pitching it wide outside the off stump, and Mia's there trying to, almost like she was in between playing on the offside and pulling to leg side, and in the end only looping it back to the right hand side of Gabriel Bryan. And first ball, first wicket, as we see here again. Nice easy run up, a bit of flight above the eye line, and Mia's just hoiking right back, easy as you like. Caught and bowled by Gabriel Bryan.
And once again, the flight proving to be the undoing of one of these Barbados batters. I'm sure that the coaching staff will be looking at that. A few of them have perished, unable to get the timing right against the flighted spinning delivery. And Herbert Mayer's the latest to perish here. She's gone for another low score. And after a promising start, and her first shot in anger, really, the first shot that she's attempted to go on the offensive, she's perished here. And that is a pretty good catch by Bryan, reaching across to the right. So the new batter to the crease for the moment. And another big battle here for Barbados. Are they going to get up to that 100 mark? Solange Holford is the new player. Correction. That is
Chrisanne Howell.
Chrisanne Howell, in fact, is the new player. Holford out of the team today. She didn't have a really confident game against Guyana and has been sacrificed here today. Howell did play well in that last game that lost to Guyana. Oh, that struck her on the pad. There's a big appeal. And it's been turned down. Well, umpire Prasad hasn't been asked many questions on the other side. Certainly got one there. And he said, not out. Yeah, maybe going down the leg side.
And Chrisanne Howell actually was a part of that cluster of wickets that fell.
Straight to the fielder. Well stopped there by Miller, who's gotten in the way of that.
In fact, Chrisanne Howell, she made duck in the last innings, so she's on a pair at the moment, but bowled pretty well when Barbados were in the field.
Well, down the leg side, not taken well here by Scott. In fact, she didn't even get across to it. And they do get one. There's a chance at a run out here. Oh, she's missed it from close range, and Scott has missed it. And she will survive here, Howell. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Howell must be thanking her lucky stars at the moment.
And added to that, it's actually called a wide by the umpire as well. So taking a risk and risk reward and benefiting some reward here are the Barbados batters. So Chrisanne Howell is still to get off with the mark.
Well played. Well, Howell celebrates her birthday on the 31st of January. But she's gotten an early present here from Scott, who really should have walked up to the stumps and picked the bails off. That's what she could have done, opting to throw, strangely, from square onto the wicket and missing it completely. Well, that's going to be a no ball for sure. It is hooked away, just going to be one. So a couple of runs here, and it's also going to be a free hit for Barbados.
And I just want to point out here, though, that this is why you practice things, because during the warm-ups, Brian was one of the bowlers who, when the coach was having them run through, she was bowling a lot of fuller deliveries, actually hitting the stumps on the full, but full tosses. And that's what muscle memory does. What you do in practice, you tend to do out in the middle. And that's exactly what she's done here, giving away a free hit to the Barbados team.
Here's the free hit. That's going to be up in the air. It's going to be caught, but it's not going to matter because it is the free hit and just the one run. So they've gotten away with one run here. And Cumberbatch going for the big hit, didn't get all of it, but still managing to pick up the single.
And whilst they were warming up, the coach, Mr. Carl Brissett, was telling her that too full, Bree, too full, encouraging her to bowl on a length. Yeah,
another short one. She's trying to overcompensate, but she's overcompensated by pulling the line back there.
So not yet finding her rhythm is Gabrielle Bryan. And she has a long on, a long off in place, and a long on.
Good delivery. Nice teasing length, just hopping on the batter a little bit, but not carrying to the fielders. So 25 so far from Jandy Cumberbatch, and just a one so far from Chrysander Howell. Those are the two batters out there at the moment for the Barbados team. The projected score is around 100 right now, and that certainly does not look as they will be getting there anytime soon. It's going to be a big battle for them.
As we see here, Brittany Cooper, West Indies women's player Brittany Cooper, who's also a tournament liaison here for the CWI Rising Stars Challenge for under-19 women, having a chat with some of the other working officials. The tent that's actually just in front of that brown building, the C Hall as it's known here on the campus, Canada Hall. It's an all-male dormitorium here at the UE campus at St. Augustine.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Canada Hall, and certainly one of the popular areas where the Jamaican students would have lived in over the years. I'm sure a few of our viewers in Jamaica getting some fond memories of Canada Hall, constructed back in 1963.
Recently renovated.
Yeah, it has been. And no run resulting here. Canada Hall was the first hall of residence constructed for the St. Augustine campus. Housed 192 students back then. Well, it certainly houses a lot more than that now.
Most definitely. And the pride that goes behind not just Canada Hall, but all the other halls of residence on the campus is really amazing to see.
Hit back at the bowler and past the bowler and away for a single. So with the less experienced bowlers for this Jamaica team coming into play now, well, the runs are starting to flow here.
Yeah, so this is Kerry-Ann Spencer, who's coming from the northern end, or the gymnasium end here at the Sir Frank Water Memorial Ground. But you would probably expect, as Vidya has been mentioning, Najani Cumberbatch holds the key to Barbados getting up to a competitive total.
That's pulled away, not going to carry. Well short of the fielder out at square leg. So just going to be one. Nicely turned away there by Howell. That'll give us some confidence. And Cumberbatch, who's gone along about strike rate of around 75. And it has been a very good innings here. Composed one from Cumberbatch. And she's played this innings largely in a period of strife here for Barbados.
Yeah, with the fall of some wickets.
Full toss. Will that carry to the fielder? Just short. It was a Wilmot coming in. And unfortunately not carrying to her. And that was a mistimed shot there by Cumberbatch. Luckily for her, it didn't carry.
And Spencer here is actually another great example of why you want to do the right things in practice. She was another one, as I was looking at the Barbados team here, as
that's
Kate
Wilmot.
Wilmot. This is Kate Wilmot. Seems to have just done a little damage to her finger. But the importance of doing the right things in practice can never go understated, because Brian was one who, yes, she would have hit her length during the warm-ups, but there were those times when she would bowl full tosses or way too short, and on that last occasion bowling too full to Howell.
Oh, that's a good delivery by Spencer, and almost Johnny Bairstow type stumping there. I think
we're going to have to rename it. I think they're going to have to rename it the Johnny Bairstow.
Well, it happens very often, and Bairstow himself has run out, stumped a batsman like that himself. So
yeah.
It should not be renamed for Johnny Bairstow.
They got to find a fun name for it, though.
Stumping will work. Now it's played on the onside, straight to Miller. They're not going to run at Miller here. And the end of a good start. Just 3 runs here off the first over by Spencer.
Definitely, if there was a prize for how many times you fielded the ball, Anisha Miller would be way out in front for that award. But of course, on the back of a great bowling effort by her as well, her 6 overs, 1 for 22.
So 77 for 4 after 22 overs, 8 overs to go, 48 deliveries to go in the innings here. And these two batters, well, a bit of a mistimed shot by Cumberbatch in the last over. Howell is there. There is the point setter. Correction, that's the red flamboyant tree, as it's called.
The one that stands in the front of the gymnasium. You can see the gymnasium to the top left of your screen there, just above the tent. That's the top of the gymnasium that holds the basketball court.
Correction, Royal Poinciana tree. That's the correct name of what's called the flamboyant here because of the colors, but the red Royal Poinciana.
So Gabriel Bryan continues from the southern end, the pavilion end.
Actually, the tree itself, for Puerto Ricans, it symbolizes pride, hope, and rest. In Trinidad, it's one of those lovely trees we see so many grounds around the island. That's a good bit of fielding and a run. So both sides battling away here. Difficult to pick a winner at the moment between these two because the batting hasn't clicked for either team. And there have been a lot of drop catches in this match so far.
As well as a lot of wides as well.
Yeah, mistimed there by Howell.
And what Gabrielle Bryan has done here in this second over is she has slowed up her pace significantly from that first over. Probably just bringing her pace down to get that accuracy that she requires.
Full toss in the gap, but just going to be one here. The field is coming round. Yeah, so she, as you pointed out, just a bit too full here. Trying to get that ball arcing up into the sky just above the eye line of the batters, which gave her that first wicket. But she hasn't quite been able to reproduce the delivery of that type since then.
And even that delivery that got the wicket was actually, by all intents and purposes, too wide outside the off stump.
Well, hit past the bowler again, but not far away. So Barbados battling away, looking for a score in the region. I think they should get at least 110, 120. The projected score right now is 104. But if Cumberbatch can accelerate slightly here, that could push it in the region of 110 or so. That's hit over the infield. That's a good shot there by Cumberbatch, and we'll pick up a couple. Gets back comfortably. And she's now so well set here that she can risk taking a player in a couple shots like these over the infield. 23 overs gone, 81 for 4.
Yeah, and much is going to rest on her shoulders to get up to a score of competitiveness for Barbados to defend. As you remember, on Thursday, the game between Barbados and Guyana. Guyana, in fact, defended 110, a score that at one point Barbados seemed set to overcome. But with 7 overs to go, 42 deliveries, you would expect hopefully they can probably get an additional 40 runs. On the low end, probably about 25 to 30, and definitely get between 110 or 120 as Spencer continues.
Well, the full toss and the quality of the bowling really has deteriorated in the last few overs, and that is a no ball. That was over the level of the waist, so the umpire just informing the bowler, Kelvin Cowlesser there. So it is going to be a free hit. Now, can Barbados profit from this? They would have loved Cumberbatch to be there, but it is the type of situation that it can help Howell release the shackles if she can get this one away for a boundary. She gets something on it. It's not going to be a boundary, but she could pick up, well, it's just going to be one. She didn't get quite as much as I thought on it, so at least she does score off that one. And Scott has taken the ball to the head there. I think it came off the gloves and bounced off the top of her head. She had a big smile on her face as it was happening, so I think she's okay. There was the ball. Now, look at when the return comes in. Scott's glove work is not exquisite here. Yep, just taking that at the top of the hands. Back live and a wide. No ball followed by a free hit and now a wide. So it hasn't been a disciplined performance by Barbados, by the Jamaica team. And here's the situation. First 10 overs, the Barbados team were 36 without loss. In the next 10 overs, 30 runs and 2 wickets going down. In the last 3 overs and a couple of balls, they have been able to get 15 runs quite easily. And they have been aided and abetted by some wayward bowling here. Well, that is played very well, but there is a fielder out there for that kind of shot. And they know Cumberbatch very well. That's her favorite shot. She plays it well, and that starving her of the opportunity to get the 4.
And having said that, they are actually changing the personnel of that backward square fielder. And it looks like one of the Wilmot sisters who has probably a stronger arm going down there in that backward square region, as you mentioned, knowing that that's where the ball may very well be going.
It is Kate out there. Oh, ball! That one's onto the stumps and knocks away the bails. A bail clipper here from Spencer. She has her first wicket, and that is 5 down for Barbados. Just playing all round that one, and has lost her leg stump. Let's see what happens here. Maybe just kissing off the inside edge and onto the leg stump.
Reading neither line nor length was Howell, and feet going nowhere, neither forward nor back. And as you said, probably just a bit of an inside edge and taking the middle and leg stump bail. So 85 for 5 after 23.3 overs, as we see there, just taking the middle and leg stump bail. And Spencer, who was actually warned earlier in the over for the first, for a full toss over the waist high, has come back well in the over after no ball and a couple of wides to actually pick up the wicket of Howell and push Barbados even further back. And the possibilities of getting over 100 seem to be slipping away for Barbados.
So Spencer getting her first wicket, so she'll be happy with that. Her figures now reading 1 for 7 of the 9 balls. She's been fairly expensive in the context of this game. And this is, well, trying to identify the new batter. It looks like Collymore has come in. And we'll get a single to start off here immediately. So, yeah, it is... actually, it looks like this could be Erin Dean who's out there. Just confirming the number. So that'll bring Cumberbatch. It is Erin Dean who's out there. Her number hidden by that lock of hair at the back of her, on her back. Driven sharply and dropped again. That position has been critical here for Jamaica. They could have bowled out Barbados. That is the third catch to go down in that position. Now, that extra cover position has been a difficult one. That dark patch of earth that you're seeing just where Diaz is, it's actually still very wet, and it's not the easiest place to maneuver, but that should have been taken at this level, and the captain of Jamaica putting one down. So that's a couple going down off the bowling of Wilmot earlier, and now Diaz shelling one. So that is, with Barbados 5 wickets down, that could have easily been 9 wickets down with those dropped catches. 87 for 5 at the end of 24. So 6 overs to go here in the Barbados innings, and they are still on course for a score in the region of 109. The runs are coming. The problem is they keep losing wickets here, and they've lost another one in the over. Howell going bowled by Spencer.
So they may want Cumberbatch here, maybe telling Dean that we're going to take every run on offer, but definitely also looking at batting out their 30 overs. Because I think once they bat out their 30 overs video, they would get to that significant score or even above the projected score as it's shown on your screen presently. As Cumberbatch takes a strike to Gabriel Bryan.
Down the leg side, and they do get the single. That's a good bit of fielding. And a run out. Well, it was always going to happen. It was a good bounce straight to the fielder. And I think it's the new batter, Dean, who has to go. Cumberbatch never moved from her crease, and Dean is out, run out here. And the affliction, Barbados, that is their 5th run out of the competition. 4 against Guyana, and now another huge bit of miscommunication. And Dean has to go.
And I looked up from our monitor video when the fielder collected the delivery. As you said, a good bounce. But as she collected, she spun in one motion and got it back in straight away to wicketkeeper Lena Scott. And she, as you see there, had nothing other to do than take the bails off because Erin Dean was really sold down the river there by her compatriot.
Well, it appeared that Cumberbatch was interested in the single, then sent Dean back. Dean never stopped her forward motion. Cumberbatch, and they were actually running towards the same end at one point, and it was good bit of fielding. I think it was by Gordon out there who threw the ball in, and she got it at the right end. That was the critical point, because if she had thrown to the bowler's end, they would not have gotten Cumberbatch out. So good bit of work there in the field by Jamaica,
well, in
and
fact,
Barbados lose
I
their
think
6
they've
wickets.
gotten Erin Dean, because I think in fact they did cross before the bails were broken. So
No, I did say Dean was out. Dean has left the field. Ooh, that's not far away, is it? And that one has gone on, and it's hit the off stump. 2 wickets in, 2 balls here, the run out, and now a wicket claimed here by Bryan, and she is knocked back. And that is the end of the new batters come on. She's come on and hasn't lasted very long. Nia Wood has gone first ball here. So Barbados in all sorts of problems now. They are now another wicket down.
And you pointed it out a while ago, Vidya, that they are getting runs, but the problem is on the other side of the spectrum, they are losing wickets. And Nia Wood, as you see there, prodding forward and not making any contact, playing down the wrong line, and looking back to see that awful sight of her wickets being broken. And 2 wickets in 2 balls. A team hat-trick is on the cards here. Of course, the first wicket in the over being that of a run-out. But this is good going from Gabriel Bryan as well. Coming back after a bit of indifferent bowling in her first over, has now come back. And in this, her 3rd over, 2 wickets to the team.
Well, despite an error-strewn performance here by Jamaica in the field, they have Barbados in exactly the position they want. 87 for 7 with 5.4 overs to go. Now Barbados in danger of being bowled out. They didn't last, they got through the entire 30 overs in the last game, But that is not looking on the cards at the moment here, as Jamaica looking to press home their advantage now. So all of a sudden the Jamaica supporters smiling a bit more brightly at the moment as their team finally getting things to click for themselves. Well, that's almost played on, and that's Camilla Matthew. Is that Matthew Broom in there? Camilla Matthew Broom is in there for Barbados. Yeah, she played that first one away from her body. Oh, that's almost come back in and hit the off stump. She doesn't look very certain at the moment here. That is a no ball. I think that one was for pitching twice before it got to the batter. So it is going to be a free hit. And that one didn't get up off the pitch at all.
And I was just about to point out again, Brian definitely has brought her pace back way down.
Well, that one going through the legs of Scott, and they will get... well, that's also going to be a no ball. That one, again, pitching twice before getting to the batter. So I think Gabrielle Bryan definitely has to get that length right, because it's very, very short. That's been the problem for her.
Yeah, she's brought her speed down significantly, and her bowling action has slowed up. And she's been pitching too short for that type of speed. And with the speed of her deliveries, you expect that she may extract a bit of purchase from the pitch, but she's got to pitch the ball up a lot more than she's done so far.
Just like that. And this could carry to the fielder, just short. Well done by the fielder to make that, stop that one from getting past her and towards the ropes here. So a slight improvement in the fielding from Jamaica, and they have been reaping wickets since the break. 52 for 1 Barbados after 10 overs, and now 24.4, 91 for 7. That's very wide. So 2 no balls and a wide in the over already. And Bryan has a couple of wickets, but again, not the perfect performance from her with the ball in hand.
And this is definitely something that many of the coaches around the tournament and around the region may want to look at, the number of extras that are being bowled.
That appealing for LBW this time, but that one hitting the batter too high up on the body to worry the umpire at all.
But that's where she wants to be. That's where she wants to be, pitching the ball. And speaking about coaches, the Jamaica coach there, way out on the far side of the ground from us.
Straight to the field and out. Another wicket here for Bryan. She has 3, and that was easily caught there, straight into the hands of the fielder Spencer, who took it well.
So change of pace and a change of line and length has done the trick here for Gabrielle Bryan, and picking up an important wicket. And now definitely at the end of 25 overs, and 92 for 8, Barbados seems not likely to finish batting out their 30 overs, not likely to get up to 100 runs, and in all likelihood can be bowled out here. And I think Jamaica would know that they're on the brink of bowling Barbados out, which is also going to help their, once they can get over the line, is also going to help their net run rate. In a tournament like this where you have games being rained out, the net run rate can come into great concern and great effect.
Well, that 4th wicket has again proven to be the turning point in this Barbados innings. The 4th wicket going for 81. Since then, Barbados have added 10 runs, and they have lost 5 wickets. So 5 wickets for 10 runs, another almighty slide here from this Barbados team. And as soon as they lose those top order batters, it really is chaos at the end. Cumberbatch is still there. She's now facing up to Spencer. What's going to be her approach now? With 8 wickets down, will she go a bit on the offensive, try to get some quick runs, and try to hoard the strike here, to get her teammates off the strike as much as possible.
And this is going to be important for her growing as a player, to be game away. And a situation like this, you still have 4 and a bit overs to go, and you want to get up to a score.
Pulled away, that into the gap. This one is going to run away for 4 runs. That's a good shot, hitting it in front of square. There is a player behind square, but she deliberately took it early and gets that one out to count corner for a boundary.
Well, there's your answer, Vidya. This is the approach she's going to take. Of course, she's gotten the delivery to do it with, because that one was way too short, and she was allowed the time with the pace of the deliveries from Spencer. She was allowed enough time to just rock back and pull through that mid-wicket region, and she found her timing to perfection on this occasion. So 4 runs added to the total, and 100 for Barbados is just on the brink. So Najani Cumberbatch really showing here that she's going to be the one to take Barbados to a significant competitive total.
Wide, signaled by umpire Carlessa, and that's an easy call for him. So they inch closer to the 100 here, Barbados on the 19 team. Yeah, this is the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19 Championships, match number 8, Jamaica versus Barbados here in Trinidad. This one is played at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Cricket Ground here in St. Augustine, Trinidad. That was a short one. Didn't get quite the purchase on this one, but they will get 1 run at least.
Yeah, she got no timing on this one, did Cumberbatch, but still able to pick up a run, and you never know in the end result how important these singles may be. But it brings Decoria Collymore, daughter of West Indies, former West Indies fast bowler Corey Collymore.
And the 2 Collymore sisters are batting 10 and 11 here. So there's the other sister to come in afterwards. And she's facing up to Spencer, who has a 1 for 15 so far in her 2.3 overs.
And Decoria is the elder of the 2.
That's a good delivery by Spencer, straight up into the block hole. But going back over this Barbados innings, outside of the batting here of Cumberbatch, 38 of 55. Holder looked good at the start. None of the other batters have really acquitted themselves well here. And that's going to be the problem for Barbados in this competition, the dependence on Holder and Cumberbatch in this 30-over format. Is that another wide? That's full. Now remember, last day it was 20 overs, so maybe those cracks did not show up quite as much because it was a shorter amount of overs. But now with the 30 overs where you do have to bat, really you have the opportunity to play yourselves in. It has showed up a few deficiencies in this young Barbados team. Well, that's well played. She will get a single to get off the mark. So Collymore off the mark on 1. And that brings us to the end of the 26th over. It is 99 for 8. The score they got in the last game. Barbados 99 in 26 overs.
So they definitely do have that opportunity to get up over 100 as we see the dugout there. And Coach Toppin sitting to the front there in the floppy hat. And E-Banks there in your foreground, the fielder who's on the field as a substitute.
And certainly they don't look very happy, this Barbados dugout at the moment, because of the situation they're in. Once again, under 100, and the majority of the team already back in the hutch. Hasn't been the best of bowling batting efforts here from Barbados.
But as we've said before, Najani Cumberbatch is still at the crease. And whilst she is there, they'll be harboring thoughts of possibly still getting up to 120, 125.
The projected score is 114 at the moment. So Wilmot is back on here, looking to clean things up for a team. Oh, that one went through pretty quickly. Scott didn't gather that one. And this is the right move here to bring Kate Wilmot, the best, the fastest of the Jamaica bowlers, to unsettle and really blast out the remaining 2 batters. She really has to go very full here because the 2 Collymore sisters batting 10 and 11, You have to go for the jugular now. Oh, that's good. Very, very good there from Wilmot. Just unsettling Collymore a little bit.
The Korea Collymore is not the tallest of the players, and anything short of a good length from the taller Kate Wilmot will definitely trouble a batter of the height, as we saw there on that occasion. A ball pitching just short of a good length and rising up almost chest high to the Korea Collymore. Here's another short one from Kate Wilmot, and it's turned away, tucked away on the leg side from the Korea Collymore, and they trot through for a single, and that brings Najani Cumberbatch, who is 38 from 55 deliveries, onto strike, taking her guard at this northern end in that all too familiar style made famous by Shivnarine Chandapal, who would take the bail from off of the wicket and knock it into the turf and knock it into the pitch to mark his guard, as Kate Wilmot at the top of her mark just brings her third fielder a little straighter. Mackenzie here at third goes a bit finer, I beg your pardon, and she brings her sister into the circle from fine leg, and also brings the deep cover in to the circle.
That's it well. And straight back past the bowler. This could run away for a boundary here. And that has that hit the rope? It looks like it has nestled against the huge white rope along there. And that is a boundary as signaled by the umpire. That's a lovely shot. The 100 up for Jamaica, for the Barbados team. And you would feel that this is the right strategy here from Cumberbatch. Try to take on the bowling as much as you can, pick up as many cheap runs as possible before the end comes.
Yeah, that's meant as well that it's been good from the Korea Collymore, the delivery before, to just tuck it away on the leg side and actually pick up that single early-ish in the over to allow Cumberbatch still half of the over to get as many runs as she can. So she moves on to 42 now with that boundary as Wilmot comes in.
Well, that takes the edge, beats the keeper. This also can run close to the boundary. They will get a couple of runs here. This is very good here by Cumberbatch, who's looking to get her first 50 of the tournament. She's up now to 44, 106 for 8. Good batting here from the top order batter from Barbados.
And just before that delivery, they moved the fielder at third into the circle. And Mackenzie now is coming back out to the rope. So good alert cricket as well from Cumberbatch to realize that the fielder had come into the circle and had to run back to the boundary line to retrieve the ball.
Mackenzie has now been shifted back onto the ropes here for Wilmot, who has the pace. That comes off the edge. More work for Mackenzie, who has to move across to her right this time. There she is. And they just get one. And that is all that she needed there as the 27th over comes to an end. 107 now for 8. And Barbados picking up 8 runs, including a boundary in that last over. Excellent batting by Cumberbatch, who's showing her quality here.
Yeah, and it's good alert cricket from her as well, because Mackenzie had to run a long way to retrieve the delivery, the last ball of the over.
And it appears that the time, has the time run out here for them? No, I think they have. The two batters were just getting some water. I thought for a moment there that the umpires had thought that the time was up, but that's not the case. 107 for 8 after 27 overs. 3 more overs to go here. 18 balls to go. If they can get a run, a ball, and over, they would be about 125, and I think that Barbados would be happy with that.
And good alert cricket from on the last delivery of the last over by Cumberbatch. Although they could have possibly gotten the second run, she told the Korea Collymore no. The Korea Collymore, I beg your pardon. As we see here, the student shuttle makes its way around the campus here at St. Augustine.
Yeah, and a few students, not many students in there. Has exams, I think, already done?
Well, summer school is actually going on, which will be completed towards the middle of August. The campus will be totally empty, and then start back again at the end of August.
On the pad, that was close. Jonelle Diaz, the opening bowler, back on. Only her 5th over, though.
So it's kind of expected here with 3 overs to go that the skipper here, Jonelle Diaz, and Kate Wilmot are going to bowl out their allotment of 6 overs.
Yeah, Kate bowling at the southern end of the ground. Hit that one straight. She intended that one through mid-wicket. Or maybe onto her a bit faster than she expected. She played one in the last over, which went straight. It looked like a Monica Seles two-handed forehand, the way that one traveled down for 4.
The modern tennis fans may wonder where that name came from. The younger tennis fans, I beg your pardon, they would wonder where did that name come from? Who is that? Of course, Monica Seles would have been one of my favorite tennis players whilst I was growing up, though.
Are you trying to tell us you're not a younger fan?
Well, I grew up watching Pete Sampras.
Bit shorter this time from Diaz. And Barbados have to try to keep Collymore on strike as long as they can here.
But of course, the most famous, talking about tennis, the most famous person that would have played tennis and also played cricket at the highest level is Ashley Barty, former world #1. Would have played franchise cricket in Australia and then also gone on to win a number of Grand Slams. As this one, I just pitched outside the off stump, and the Courier, Collymore, so that's it go by. 4 deliveries in this, the 28th over. And just 1 from the over so far. Barbados 108. But you would think that Cumberbatch needs to be the one on strike.
Well, that's good clever bowling by Diaz. Just keeping the less experience of the 2 batters in and keeping a lot of fielders inside the circle just to cut out the singles. Because Cumberbatch, I'm sure, will be aching to get down there, not only to get the runs and get to her first 50 of the competition, but also to add some valuable runs here for a team and keep the momentum with Barbados. Oh, that is looking good, and that is gone. Good bowling here by Diaz, and she has been rewarded with a wicket, and that's the end of Collymore. LBW for 2, and Barbados a slump to 108 for 9.
And the Courier Collymore there, unlike previous deliveries where she made that step forward, this occasion the feet going nowhere and being trapped on the crease, a straight delivery wicket to wicket from Captain Jonelle Diaz, and plumb in front, judged by the umpire, and the Courier Collymore makes her way out and allows of her sister, the Kyra Collymore, to come in.
Big sister has been replaced by little sister here. Just about 2 years, I believe, in between these two. And both of them, as you mentioned, their dad playing for the West Indies.
They're actually 1 year apart.
1 year apart, yes, correction.
The Courier is 16 and the Kyra is 15. The Courier will be 17 in October. So it's actually more like a year and a half apart.
Yeah. And talking about Corey, one of his teammates celebrating his birthday today, Ian Bradshaw, born on this day in 1974. And we always remember his 71 partnership of 71 in a 9-wicket partnership with Courtney Brown, 2004 Champions Trophy, giving West Indies a famous win against England in 2004.
One of many that we have had over the years.
That one really hurt England, you can tell. Still written about up to this day. And here's Wilmot trying to close things up here for the Jamaica team. Good delivery. Collymore looking for the singles. And really alert here is Wilmot to get across to stop that prevented from getting there. Short delivery, straight to the fielder. Yeah, that was the one she wanted. She knew it was coming. You could see that she is just camping out on the crease, waiting for the short delivery. But when she got it, hit it straight to the fielder, who has seemed to pick up an injury here. That one may be bouncing onto the shoulder of the fielder. Let's see if we can pick up what happened here. Well, in the foreground, you can see that Scott is also down at the moment. So 2 Jamaica players down. Scott, I think, just taking a bit of a breather.
Yeah, because it's become quite hot out here, Vidya. As you can feel the heat coming in.
Oh, I think that one coming off the player's knee and possibly onto either the underside or the chin or the throat area or even the top of the chest area of the fielder. So that's, I think, why she's down at the moment. And we've had several breaks for injuries during this match.
Yeah, and of course, our thoughts are hopefully young Samuel, the one most, as we... This here, the picture of the 2004 champions trophy winners, the West Indies.
And there's Ian Bradshaw to the right of your picture. The second from the right, that's Ian Bradshaw. And Courtney Brown, is that Courtney Brown under? Yes, there is Courtney Brown, just under him there. And Ian Bradshaw celebrating his birthday today. And there was a man who had a backup, an accountant by trade also. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Bradshaw. Certainly hope you're enjoying your day today.
Yeah, some very famous cricketers in that photo. Brian Lara, Curtly Ambrose, some of the legends of the West Indian game. So all seems to be well, and we're on the way again.
Going for the Yorker there. That one hitting Kate Wilmot's hand and going back onto the stumps, but Collymore was rooted to the spot. And Cumberbatch missed out on one there. She knew that the full toss was going to come.
Rooted to her crease, almost like the tree behind us.
Yeah, she's enjoying her game. She has batted well here. It's been an important knock from her, one that will give her enormous confidence. And I think that the Barbados senior selectors will be looking at this and seeing the quality of the batting here by this youngster.
And she's done it at a good click as well, 46 from 63.
Pulls that one away in front of square. This one could go to the boundary. This could be her 50. That has gone to the ropes. No, it's dropped just short. She's gotten a couple here. And so she will stay on 48. Still has some balls here in order to get to that 50. But that was a good shot. And it was well placed also over the fielders and away down to towards the boundary.
Yeah, the fielder outside of the circle on that end is more like a wide mid-wicket, in between mid-wicket and long on. So she had some way to run to collect the delivery, to collect the ball. But invaluable runs added to the total as the Barbados go up to 110.
Well, didn't get that one. She knew that was the ball to bring up the 50 and pick up the boundary. This is the last over ball by Wilmot, so she will have the final over balled by John L. Diaz after this.
And you pointed it out. Cumberbatch is reading the play here from Kate Wilmot and knowing that her tendency as a bowler is to bowl that back of a good length and a short delivery. So Cumberbatch is almost camping out on the back foot, on the crease, waiting for the delivery just to pull it over on the leg side.
Gets that one well away. This could be another couple of runs. She will stay for the single, though. She wants to strike for the final over. So that will bring Nijani Cumberbatch to 49. And with that, she has brought up the Nelson for her team, 111 for 9. So if you were the Barbados coach, Dexter Toppin, wondering, would you be happy with this performance in the batting?
From my senior players, yes. From Nijani Cumberbatch and the skipper, generally. Not so much in this match with Trisha and Holder, but from a senior player like Nijani Cumberbatch, I would be pleased to see her progress. Just one away from what would be the first 50 of the tournament, actually. None of the other games have had players going to 50, but I would not be too pleased with the remainder of the batters in the batting order. And there are quite a lot of nuances and things to work on. But as the coach, I would be letting them know at the mid-innings break that the batting has gone and runs on the board are runs on the board. And the focus is going to be on the bowlers, even Johnny Cumberbatch.
Yes, Dares with the last over. And, well, the batter had a good look at that to see if it was, in fact, a wide. So did umpire Carl Lesser, but he decided that was a fair delivery. In the other games so far, Trinidad and Tobago women 97 for 7 after 21 overs in their match. The Guyana game just underway. Hit that well, and that's going to be her 50. She is going to get a couple here, and the applause has already started here for Nijani Cumberbatch because she has crossed and gotten a 50, and that's the first one of the tournament, and the celebration is a bit muted from her. She knows there's still a lot of work to be done here, but congratulations to Nijani Cumberbatch. Excellent 50, 51 of 68 deliveries.
Yeah, very well constructed innings here from Nijani Cumberbatch, and a good strike rate as well. 75 in a 30-over game. You would take that moving forward.
It's going for another big hit here, but straight to the fielder this time. And so 113 for 9. The projected score 115. So they were hoping perhaps for maybe 125 or so. That's not going to happen. Just the 3 boundaries in the innings.
Well, if Nijani Cumberbatch can find some timing on these final 3 deliveries, I don't think they're going to take any singles. She can find some timing. She can hit the boundary, we know.
Well, she's just rehearsing a couple of shots because the non-striker is having her laces redone here by Jonelle Dares. You wouldn't see that in the Ashes at all. I don't think you'll ever see an Australian tying the shoes of an Englishman or vice versa in the Ashes. And just remind you, England winning the third Test match earlier today. She's gotten something on that. There's a fielder going across. Mackenzie will catch up with this one. And in the meantime, they run a couple more. So 2 deliveries to go in the innings here. Bit too short there by Jonelle Dares. She doesn't have the pace of Wilmot to really hustle the batters on the back foot.
She's been way too short in this over, and at her pace she'd be better served pitching the ball up a little bit more. So 2 deliveries to come in the innings, and Nijani Cumberbatch here will want to get some momentum.
Another short one, but this one she's playing it straight. And they're not going to get the single. So she wants to stay there for the last ball, and that's what she's going to get here. So Cumberbatch has an opportunity well, she's hoping she can get a boundary off the last ball. The leg side field is well protected. There is a deep mid-wicket in place. Mackenzie is also at cow corner. So anything that's short and pulled in that direction, there are 2 fielders to counteract that.
Yeah, that's Judine E. Banks, who's on the field for Samuel. That's at forward a square.
She gets this one out towards that mid-off position, gets one, and that's all there's going to be. So Barbados, their inning has ended, and they've ended with the score on 116 for 9. So they have batted out the 30 overs, and given that they were at one time, they had lost 5 wickets for 10 runs. It has been a good recovery at the end here for Barbados to get to 116. They have set Jamaica 117 to win. But the highlight of the innings certainly has been a very composed half-century by Nijani Cumberbatch, 54 of 72 deliveries.
It's definitely the standout in the Barbados innings, and Nijani Cumberbatch, and the standout for Jamaica with the ball, Gabriel Bryan, with 3 for 16 from 3 overs, ably assisted by Cade Wilmot and Anisha Miller. Wickets apiece for skipper Jonelle Dares and Kerry-Ann Spencer as well. So a good all-around bowling effort from Jamaica, but way too many extras in the innings, 26 extras, which seems to be the modus operandi in the tournament, with the teams bowling upward of 25 and 30 extras. And that's definitely something that Jamaica will want to have a look at going forward, because without those 26 extras, Barbados probably would not have gotten to 100. But runs on the board are runs on the board, and 117 will be required by Jamaica under 19 women to take the 4 points in this encounter.
So that's the situation here. Jamaica searching for 117. Just to update you quickly, Guyana 13 for 1 after 5.4 overs in their game, and Trinidad and Tobago 100 for 7 of 22.1 overs there. That is the situation. Jamaica will start their chase in just about half an hour's time. You can join us then. Welcome back to match number 8 of the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship, Jamaica versus Barbados here at UE Spec. I'm Vinny Ramphal, and there's the situation. Barbados Under-19s 116 for 9. Jamaica need 117 to win in their 30 overs at a gentle run rate of 3.90 and over. And as you can see, they're coming out in very high spirits here. The Barbados fielders dancing away. Not sure what the latest dance hall number is in the dance halls in Barbados at the moment, but they certainly are enjoying themselves there as the two Jamaica batters also make their way to the front. It's going to be a tough task for them to get these 117 runs. A Barbados innings which was dominated by a brilliant 52 not out from Najani Cumberbatch and some fine bowling from Brian, 3 for 16 for the Jamaica team. So that is the situation in the match. Just to bring you up to date with what's happening with the other matches in the competition, Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 131. They were in deep trouble at one point, but recovered brilliantly to get 131 in 28 overs. So they have set the Windward Islands in their top of the table match, 132 to win that one and stay at the top of the table. TNT will take the lead if they win that game. Guyana on the 15s are 46 for 2 after 10.5 overs. That game has been reduced to 19 overs aside. So Lena Scott is one of the opening batters for the Jamaica team, and she is out there today, and usually her batting partner is Christiana McKenzie. So it is the number 14. Jonelle, is that 24? Is Gordon. Brianna Gordon is out there today. So Brianna Gordon, and for once it's not Scott, and Scott has been injured earlier in the game, so she will not be starting off. So Barbados will be starting from the southern end. The field includes a slip, short third man, a short fine leg in place. So here is the first ball about to be bowled. And cut away just short of the fielder at third man, and that almost getting into the hands of the fielder third man. That's Camilla Matthew Broom, just a couple of inches short of her. So that has been an interesting start already. And for Jamaica, also out there, their number, is that 17? It is out there for Jamaica. John L. Diaz, the captain. So Jared Basso beside me, and we've already seen one catch to go close to the fielder, and now it's the left-hand, right-hand combination of Gordon and Diaz. Hello, Jared.
Good afternoon, Vidya. Good afternoon, everyone. It's that spot again, just at that side of the wicket.
Well, staying low, the keeper does well to kick that one away, and has injured herself in the process here. That's Collymore. Well, that one dropping on her right foot there. She's just making the adjustment at the moment. So, 117. Barbados, will they be able to defend this? Nice looking on drive. A lot of bottom hand in that. They should get 2. They're going for the second run. This could be chancy. Oh, that's missed. Well, the bowler didn't gather the ball, and the chance is gone already. So that's already 2 chances muffed here by Barbados in the field.
The last game I did with you, Vidya, the Barbados-Guyana game, you asked me at the start of the second innings to make a prediction, and I said Guyana, and it proved to be correct.
Nicely played again. Just a dot ball to result from that. Well, your crystal ball is standing up. Our producer is looking across at you enviously at the moment.
I will say this, though. Barbados, they have the advantage that they would have bowled on this very same pitch 2 days ago.
Another nice looking on drive. That fielder is a bit too deep, and they get the single quite easily in the end.
Despite Jamaica having probably a more powerful batting lineup, I think once Barbados can correct some of the errors they made whilst in the field 2 days ago versus Guyana, I think they would be able to defend this 116 runs, 117 to win.
Well, some running repairs by the keeper, who took one to the foot shortly a little while ago. The Korea Collymore. Playing that off the back foot there. Brianna Gordon not picking up the single. So 117, that's the target. And at the end of the first over, Jamaica already off to a good start, 5 without loss. And if anything, these two are not going to hold back. They look like they are out there to play their shots.
Yeah, they do possess quite a powerful batting lineup. Their skipper, Jonelle Diaz, Lena Scott to come later on. We're going to have to wait and see if that thumb has affected her at all in terms of her coming out to bat. But you mentioned it in terms of a right-hand, left-hand combination. Jamaica, one of the few teams in the tournament that does have left-handed batters, and their tendency usually is always to start with a left-hand, right-hand combination. The game against Trinidad and Tobago, as we see their dugout there, padded up. Some of the girls are sitting to the front of the dugout, front of the pavilion. In that game against Trinidad and Tobago, they opened with Gordon and Bryce. Gordon, the left-hander, and Bryce, a right-hander. And one down would have been a left-hander. So they tend to go with that left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of their batting lineup.
Well, Barbados will now have Chrisanne Howell to bowl the second over. She's bowling from the northern end of the ground. And there's Howell. Just getting some final words of advice from her captain holder. And she's just about ready to bowl her first delivery here. She has a slip in place. Well, they're not going to entertain the slip with that type of bowling. Down the leg side and a wide immediately signal. For Jamaica, the key for them, you would feel a lot of early wickets here.
Of course, Howell coming off a good game against Guyana. Should have bowled her 6 overs for just 16 runs or so.
Well, that's an adventurous looking shot there by Diaz at the other end. And in contrast to Holden Campbell, really made the attempt to play themselves in. Jamaica are going for their shots here.
Yeah, and Howell, although she didn't take any wickets, she was quite economical. And sometimes when you're that tight with your bowling, you can...
flicked away, just not far away from the fielder, who makes the stop. And that is still down the leg side. So hasn't quite gotten it right here, Howell. Still aiming at that leg stump line.
And that was one of their problems against Guyana. Too many wides and extra deliveries, extra runs given away.
Oh, big swing across the line. Going down the leg side again. Umpire Kaulas had a long look at that and said not out. But that is a rather dangerous looking ploy there from Diaz. And it was heading down the leg side, but still she's going after shots here. And well, Brianna Gordon has had a little talk with her.
As you mentioned, Vidya, they are going after their shots. That one, an ill-advised swipe across the line, however.
This time she gets some batter. That's an excellent stop there. Nice diving stop by the player. Is that, I think that is that Cumberbatch who's made the stop. Nice looking stop there, diving across. Dean, in fact, it is. Number 8 on her back. There she is. Dived across and pulled that in. That would have saved at least a run for a team. Well, with the sunshine out, it's certainly the ground has dried a bit. Yes, the grass is still a bit high, of course, as we pointed out earlier, but you're going to get a bit more value from your shots, I would suspect, here in the afternoon.
That's something we're going to have to wait and see. It's still quite hazy and overcast. Those shots at the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, that's the weather is going that way. Certainly not coming across it at the moment, thankfully. And that is, well, that's slanting across. So better delivery. And all of the deliveries bowled so far by Howell would have been perfect to a left-hander, not so much to the right-hander. And this natural angle of the right-arm opening bowler certainly be testing the left-handed Brianna Gordon. Oh, that's good. Very good. In fact, and another one that whizzes past the edge. End of the second over, Jamaica. Just the 2 runs in the over, they are 7 without loss. And this is a battle, of course, for the two teams trying to get themselves back in contention. Barbados currently in 4th position on 2 points. They'd be looking to get up to 6 points, which will take them at least 2nd or 3rd place if they get the win here. Jamaica also on 2 points, so similar to them. The top 2 teams playing at this time are Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. And we're going to see Nia Wood continue here. Guyana in 3rd place. And they have a rather much easier assignment, some would say, against the Leeward Islands today. But they're making heavy weather of it. 53 for 3 Guyana are at the moment. Nia Wood had a good time in the first game against Guyana. She really exerted a lot of pressure early in that match. It's uppishly and away from the bowler. Not far away for a moment. Nia Wood thought that she had a chance to get across to that. Still get the single, but the way Jamaica have approached the opening overs here, they're definitely giving a lot of chances. But Barbados have not been able to accept any so far.
With this type of aggression, there are always going to be chances, and Barbados are creating a lot of chances, as we see here. And another flight coming in to beautiful Trinidad and Tobago.
They're not in full flight at the moment. And the airline's coming in. Piarco International Airport not too far away from us. The bowler pulls out of it for the moment. Perhaps she wants to get a good view of the airline heading in towards Piarco. All of these young ladies would have been here just over a week ago. They would have arrived, just about a week, I should say, into Trinidad for this tournament. And now Nia Wood deciding to go round the wicket here to the left-hander. Not a bad ploy at all to take away the width from the left-hander. But if you're bowling full tosses, that's what can happen. Also a no ball. That one's flying away towards the boundary. Not going to get to the ropes. Sort of a half stop. And they do get a couple of runs plus the no ball. So that's going to be a free hit.
And that's a front foot no ball. Although it was a full toss. Because it was called immediately from the standing umpire as she delivered. And again, the ill discipline of the Barbados bowlers here and not doing themselves any good in defense of 116 runs. You don't want to be giving away not just too many runs, but those extra deliveries.
Yes, with the free hit and another wide signaled here, just trying to put it full and wide away from the left-handed Gordon, but to no avail. So the free hit will have to be rebowled here. And hold her across, just having a quick talk with her bowler to make sure they get their tactics right for this one. And with the deep cover in place and the backward point, you would suspect that she has been instructed to bowl full and wide here. Oh, big swing, but comes to no avail. That one kept a little bit low, and everything seems to be okay. That's a rather interesting looking dance, or rather a jig there by Trishan Holder. I don't suspect you could do that, Jared.
I'm not that good a dancer.
Yeah.
It looked a bit like she was flossing there for a moment.
Nice delivery here by Wood. And we're here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. This one is a ground where there has been first-class cricket played since the 1970s. A lot more in after the 2007 World Cup. There it is, named after the Sir Frank Worrell. So it's played away on the leg side this time, just for one. And another run resulting. And this ground named after the famous former West Indies captain. And certainly what a player he was. More lovely shots of the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Cricket Ground here, located on the St. Augustine campus, University of the West Indies. $1.5 million facelift in preparation for the 2007 Cricket World Cup. Well played there by Diaz. And I'm not sure if you were here for any of those matches, but they'd hosted Pakistan, South Africa, Ireland, and Canada. End of the third over, 13 without loss.
Yeah, I was actually studying on the campus around that time, and
one ball to go correction.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to see the likes of Cameron Akmal here for that World Cup.
Oh, that one is coming off the toe end of the bat. That's certainly going to be a no ball. It has been signaled by the umpire at the striker's end. And they do get a couple of runs outside of that. So that's going to be, it is signaled a no ball. That will be a free hit again. That one just slipping out of the hands of Wood.
It was signaled almost simultaneously by both the standing umpire and the square leg umpire. And again, more extras being bowled here by Barbados. It's not doing themselves any favors.
Yeah, when you have a small target like 116, you're certainly shooting yourself in the foot. Here's the free hit. Yeah, just got too much bottom hand onto that. Still get the single, but that's going to be the end of the over. And 17 without loss at the end of the over. So 10 runs coming off that third over, most expensive. The players are heading towards the dugout at the moment. I think it's just for water, really, is it? And there's the situation. 8 for Diaz, 4 for Brianna Gordon. And it seems that there has been another injury here. And there is Nigel Cumberbatch heading off the field. And might be an injury to the left hand. That's what it is. Oh, I think she's copped it on the face. I think the ball may have bumped up and hit her on the face, unfortunately. So the Barbados top scorer, 52, she's being examined now by the trainer.
Yeah, getting a bad bounce in the field is never a nice feeling when you're expecting the ball to come to you one way and it shoots up from another and goes another direction.
Angeli Boyce, the physiotherapist for the Barbados team, just showing that Cumberbatch is okay to continue. Now remember, she is going to be able to continue here. Remember, she does bowl off spin quite effectively for the Barbados team, so they won't want to have her off the field for any period of time.
Yeah, and she bowled her full quota of 6 overs in that previous game against Guyana under 19. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32.
Well, Barbados had the first 4 overs of pace or seam the last time, and then went immediately to the spinners. The spinners did rule the roost for about 15 overs or so. So let's see if they stick to that pattern after this over from Howell. They didn't. Trishan Holder did not have any of her bowlers bowl more than 3 overs, and you can see Cumberbatch just feeling tenderly that right side of her chin. That's where she took it. If she were a boxer, she would still be able to stand up going into that 10th round. She doesn't have a glass chin at all.
Thankfully, it was not a knockout blow.
Yeah,
I've had one of those playing cricket at intercall level already.
Now the leg side and the wide.
And this is really concerning for Barbados, though. Really, really concerning. Jamaica have 17 on the board already in 3 overs, and more than 25% of those have come from extras.
Yeah, that is a worrying stat here for the Barbados team already early in the piece here. Oh, that's going to be an improvement on the stat, though, as Howell has taken the wicket, and that is the first one to go, and she's gotten the Jamaica captain playing across the line, not for the first time, and she's bowled for 8.
And there you go. You just bowl straight. It's that simple. And as you take a look at it here on the replay, Howell deciding good length and straight on the stump. So you miss, I'm going to hit. And the dejection from skipper John L. Diaz ever evident as she walks away, tapping her bat really in disgust at missing a straight one.
Yeah,
so Jamaica lose their first wicket, the score on 18, and it could have been worse. hadn't it not been for all the extras already bowled.
Yeah, so that is an ill-advised shot. We've seen a few of them. They came out very aggressively, Jamaica, but they've lost their first wicket at 18, and the influential captain, John Aldea's back in the hutch here. Brianna Gordon is still there, and Barbados, finally a wicket for Howell. They have already carved out many chances in this match already, and I'm sure they'll be finally happy to get one. This looks like is this going to be the other lefty here for the Jamaica team? This could very well be Christiana McKenzie. It is Christiana McKenzie who's out there for her team.
Yeah, 18-year-old McKenzie, who scored 18 runs in that game they played against Trinidad and Tobago. And spectators from all parts.
And of all hues, apparently. That yellow one, I don't think they're too interested in the cricket at the moment. If anything, mole cricket rather than cricket.
Well, it is lunchtime.
Yeah, I think they are feasting at the moment. Don't think they had that that fish and chicken that you had at lunch. That's well played on the leg side. And now the two lefties out there for Jamaica. This is going to make it a little bit easier for the Barbados bowlers, especially for the right armers to get it slanting across the Jamaica batters here.
But this is exactly what Barbados need to do. They need to either be economical or take wickets.
Well, that's striking on the pad, and that one was much too full for the pull shot. And luckily, that one, when pitching outside the leg stump, may have gone on to hit the leg stump, but it's not going to count.
From my perspective, I thought it was a bit high as well. But definitely, as you said, right arm over, the chances are usually you're going to pitch outside the leg stump, trying to push that ball across a left-handed batter.
Well, Cumberbatch looking a bit more comfortable now after copping that blow to the chin earlier. Is that a no ball? That one was certainly high, but not called by the umpire. In fact, they're just confirming it's a couple balls to go in the over. Yeah, it's, the control hasn't quite been there, has it?
Perilously close to being another no ball.
That's well played, and they will get the single out to backward point. Well, a sliding stop has resulted in a second run, and the dive coming a bit too early, and that has resulted in a run being given away in the field here. So they're still a bit scrappy. They've gotten the first wicket, they're giving away extras, and an overthrow is the last thing you want to give away at this point.
This is the other problem that they had against Guyana as well. In addition to all the extras that they would have bowled against Guyana, they would have also, they bowled upward of 20 extras in that game, and they would have given away probably about 20 runs in the field.
Oh, that one is a rather agricultural looking shot, swinging way across the line. It certainly wasn't there for the picking. After 4 overs, Jamaica living dangerously at 20 for 1.
Yeah, not there for the pickings, and passing perilously close to that off stump as well. So the current run rate is actually 5 runs and over, and the required run rate at the start of the innings was just over 3.5 runs per over, 3.6. So the extras here and the misfields by Barbados are gifting Jamaica some runs.
Barbados will certainly be cognizant that there is still the batter Leanna Scott in the hutch, and she is still to come here. These two, if they can occupy a bit of space, build a bit of a platform for when Scott comes in, that will certainly work well for Jamaica. And you mentioned the 18 scored by McKenzie in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago. Well, that's it over here for Wood, just outside the off stump. That 18 for McKenzie came off 66 deliveries. So she does have the capacity to stay there for a very long time.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Lena Scott, she top scored in that innings with 35 from 57. So the platform can be laid for her.
And that's a wide, and also an error by the keeper. So that's another run. Another couple of extras being given away here by the Barbados team. This is certainly something that Dexter Toppin and his staff will want to look at with this team, the number of extras that they're just wantonly giving away to the opposition.
And the other side of the extras are some of them, the Kyra Collymore, who is the wicketkeeper, she is actually not the quickest and the nimblest of wicketkeepers on her feet. So many a ball that goes wide tends to go past her. So it's a wide and an extra run. But she is still young, so she will learn.
Yeah, they're very much works in progress, all of the young players out there. And this tournament does provide the opportunity for the selectors to look at these players for possibly higher honors. The 2 under-19 team tournaments going on at this time. 250 teenagers involved in that tournament at the same time here in the West Indies. Full toss. Oh, that's hit straight towards the field. Oh, they're not going to run anything close to Trisha, and hold on. Evidence from that. That was hit maybe about 4 or 5 meters away from her, but she made up the ground so quickly. I tell you what, the Barbados track and field team might be having a look at her after this. Certainly does look the part, doesn't she? Indecision between the two batters again. And they have opened the batting between themselves at some point, but they just don't seem to have the communication at the moment.
Yeah, and at this moment, they would want to be turning over the strike and keeping the scoreboard moving. Don't just depend on all the extras being given by Barbados.
Yeah, worked away for a ton of that dot ball. When this tournament was announced as running from the 2nd to the 16th, Jimmy Adams was still cricket director at the time. He said he outlined that these tournaments, the paramount importance of them, and giving these young players maximum opportunities and exposure. Online again. And he talked about the fact that many of their current and former international players have graduated from tournaments like these. 22 for 1 after 5 overs.
Zeta James, Ashmini Munisa, Dijanaba Joseph, Shalini Samaru have all gone on to play for the West Indies women's senior team.
Not Shalini Samaru, but Chanel Sao. Chanel Sao has also gone on to play.
Chanel Sao.
Been on the West Indies lineup at least.
Yeah. So they've gone on either to play for the senior team or the A team at some point or the other.
And Jerry Adams, who was he was director of cricket then. He has since been replaced by Miles Bascom. That's a wild-looking shot outside the off stump. Trying to really tug that on the leg side.
They are going for their shots.
Yeah, they are. Bascom, Jimmy Adams staying 6 years in the position. Miles Bascom, the former West Indies and Windward Islands batsman, announced in the position earlier in June 2023. Has signed a 3-year contract. He'll be coming on board on the 1st of August. With a good-looking defensive shot, and Howell continuing for a 3rd over, something we didn't see in the first game. A lot of chatter from the Barbados team. Despite giving away the extras, there's still a lot of belief that they can go on to win this one. And that was laced away, but Cumberbatch, look at that, got across it quite well and made the stop. Tumbling stop away to the left.
Yeah, that's just outside of where that wet patch was this morning. She may want to look at probably if she have on the right studs. As we see some of the UE staff here making their way around the ground.
They won't get the single this time. Yeah, those little golf carts that we see, they've become ubiquitous at all cricket and football grounds around the region. And there are quite a few more at a club not too far away from here, the Millennium Lakes Golf and Country Club. There are about 40 of them, in fact.
It does make getting around a lot easier.
Oh, that's going to be another extra given away here. That one needlessly, not a good take by Collymore this time. And the signal is by, so that buys. That it wasn't a wide at all. And another extra. They're just the extra tally is just rising higher and higher at the moment. Yeah, some more running repairs here for Collymore. That's not the first time she has been adjusting those pads.
One of the things with Collymore, she doesn't get quite the way down very low, and her feet are not as wide apart as some of the more agile wicket keepers. But it is something, as we said, she's going to work on as she grows older.
No run this time. 8 extras already in the innings. 25 runs donated by Jamaica when they bowled. So a high extra count here in this match already. 24 for 1 after 6. So both Wood and Howell bowling 3 overs apiece. Will there be a change at the other end now? It does look like Wood is going to continue for a 4th over here. So a slight change in tack. And still they're looking confident, Jamaica, that they can run down these runs. They still have Lena Scott. There's also Kate Wilmot, who got a good score in the last game. So still 2 of their best batters in the hutch.
A bit of a false start there by Nia Wood. I was looking at the Jamaica dugout to see if I could have seen Lena Scott padded up. But I didn't notice whether she was there padded up and ready to come in. She batted at 4 when Jamaica played Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, perhaps she's like some of the greats of West Indies cricket who would normally be sleeping in the dressing room at the time. Not too concerned. Gary Sobers and Pep Richards were known to take a little nap while their colleagues were out there.
While other players would play a crossword puzzle or Sekudo, or some would even sleep on the balcony.
Of course, when you have Greenwich and Haynes at the top, it's very easy to take a nap and sleep for a couple of days before you get a chance to go in. So 24 for 1, 6.2 overs gone here, and Gordon and just 5 of 14 deliveries. Mackenzie 2 of 14. So the strike rate for these two has really gone down under 25 now. So it's really torturous here for these two Jamaica batters. Unlike Diaz, who can get on with it, these two, they like to play themselves in, and especially with Mackenzie coming on, she can really hold up one end.
But with one batter holding up one end, you still would need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Yes, 30 overs is a long time, but it goes by.
Yeah, just tried to hit that one too hard, and they will get possibly a bye here. Let's see what the signal from the umpire is. It is a wide. Yes, that was wide, and they got the extra run through a bye. So not the best of handling here by Collymore early in this one. So another couple of extras tally on to 10 now.
One of the things wicket-keeping coaches would tell you is to keep your center of gravity as low as possible for as long as possible. Keep your hands and your head still.
Past mid-wicket, they will get one. And that coming off the bat of Gordon this time. So the runs continuing to come here fairly quickly for Jamaica. After 6 overs, they were 24 for 1. And Barbados brought up their 24th run in the 8th over. So they're still slightly ahead of where they need to be at this point.
And much of it, as we've mentioned time and time again, thanks to some of the extras being bowled by Barbados.
Wonder where he's going. And she gets back in time here. Yeah, it's been that sort of day. Very breezy here at UE Spec.
He was heading to the northeast. The Tunapuna market is to the northeast of us.
Not a bad place to be at this time. Another solid defensive shot there by Mackenzie. 27 for 1 after 7 overs. So talking about this competition itself, just to remind you, 6 rounds of matches, a 30-over competition this is. And the first 5 rounds feature round-robin competition over the first 5. That's until Thursday. The final will be played on Saturday between with the top 2 teams coming up against each other. I'm sure they'll be back for the final.
Speaking of back, the same 3 girls I mentioned are going to be back from senior West Indies duty to join their respective teams. So it is going to add to the talent pool and perhaps the quality of play in the tournament when the likes of Ashmini Munisa and Zeta James rejoin their teams.
Chanel Sao was actually with the team for the ODIs. She's already back. And we're going to see another over here from Howell. She'll bowl her 4th in a row. Certainly the conditions are a little bit better. The sun has disappeared behind the clouds. And even the full tosses are being defended here. So really slow going between these two, but you feel maybe a necessary partnership between these two to build their confidence as they look for the assault later on.
Yeah, with the likes of Lena Scott still to come, I think it is a definite plan by Jamaica to not lose any wickets in the first half of their innings.
Another wide. Extras go up by 1. And not losing wickets, but also to drain the confidence in the opposition.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, it's quite hot. Even though the sun has gone behind the clouds, it's still quite hot and humid out there. And it can take a toll on you as a player in the field when you're out there in the heat.
That's hit, but not well. And just away from the fielder. They will get just the 1 run. And another batter has been struck here by a throw from the outfield. And you really have to be looking to see where the throw is coming from. And the problem was there that Brianna Gordon was just standing there and not seeing, she didn't see the ball at all. Luckily, it hit the bat and not her.
And all these little nuances are part of game awareness. You always want to keep your eye on the ball.
So, and another misfield by Barbados, giving away another single. So, yeah, they're just donating runs to Jamaica's cause here. Jamaica 30 for 1 halfway through the 8th over. And you really, when you look at the count of extras, which is 11 now, there have also been a couple of misfields. Almost half of the runs for Jamaica have been really donated by Barbados at the moment.
Yeah, 11 out of 30. That's just about 1/3 of their runs, 33% coming in extras, and not to mention the misfields.
All the same, the bowling has been fairly good by Chrisanne Howell and Wood, but you would suspect that there's a change coming very quickly, and we might see Tiani Herbert-Mayers, the off-spinner, coming in from the southern end. There is Howell, just plotting to get her first wicket of her second wicket of the match. Another bit of poor collection here by Collymore, and that's gone for another run. There could be a second one on, and there is. There was possibly a chance at the run out there. That's a couple of wides, and I don't think Collymore is in the best of moods at this time.
Yeah, she's really struggling behind the wicket today. A lot of balls going past her, a lot of deliveries. Some are keeping low. Positioning as well. Those balls that are bouncing by her ankles, possibly she may want to take a step forward so that she can possibly collect the ball more on the full rather than on the bounce.
That might be one of the suggestions that will appeal to her at this point, but when you're in that sort of mood, I think the team management really has to get a message out, to have a little talk with her and just boost her confidence at the moment. They do say in the early development of players, the most vital vitamin is confidence. Well, the two left-handers certainly have been just getting in line and just playing themselves in. After 8 overs, Jamaica are 33 for 1 and 6 runs coming in that over.
I think it's a bit of a dangerous ploy if it is indeed a plan by Jamaica just to hold up the end, either end, and not lose too many other wickets through the first half of the inning. Because as you mentioned, the hat-trick taker from the Guyana game, Herbert Mears, is coming into the attack. So herself, along with Nijani Cumberbatch and even the skipper Trishan Holder, are still all bowlers that would have bowled in the Guyana game, and they would be in the running to take the ball at some point.
Well, we mentioned in her first game, first over, last 3 deliveries, she got a hat-trick, the first one in the tournament, and she was able to put Barbados in a great position. Guyana recovered from that to go on to win the game, and a change in pads here for one of the 2 batters, and that is Mackenzie, just getting perhaps some lighter pads out there.
Maybe this is a sign that they're going to start running a few more singles and 2s and 3s.
Well, they need to get some runs here. Still, they are ahead of where Barbados were at this point in the game. After 8 overs, Barbados were 25 without loss. They are 33 for 1. And just to go back to how the Barbados innings developed, the first 10 overs, they got those 36 runs, lost 1 wicket. The next 10, it was really torturous for them. They lost 2 wickets and got 30 runs, so they went along at 3 and over. It was in the last 10 overs, that's where they started to pick things up. They got 50 runs in the last 10 overs, went at 5 and over, but they lost 6 wickets there. So they were losing a lot of wickets, but they were still able to pick up the runs quite readily in the last 10. Good start here from Herbert Mears, and she does get a lot of turn, and it's not a bad ploy to have the off-spinner on with the 2 left-handers, and she did get a huge amount of turn in the last game.
Yeah, she's going to be taking the ball away from Krishana.
And where there's the slip in place, there's a backward point, and I think they're calling for the helmet at the moment. One of the player at slip is calling for the helmet, so they might be contemplating someone at short leg perhaps here for the off spinner.
Yeah, there is a deep square leg in place, and it's almost like that fielder is a wasted fielder out there with the way the Jamaican batters are going.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's that fielder who is warming up to bowl perhaps in the next over.
It looks like Aaron Dean out there.
Yeah, Dean did have quite a tidy spell in the last game.
Yeah, 1 for 19 from 4.
Full toss, that's why the fielder's there. Well, for the full toss, always getting the wicket. But here's the throw coming in. They do get a couple of runs. But a rare full toss here from Herbert Mears. She didn't bowl too many in the last game, and hasn't quite gotten it right yet in the early part of this first over.
Hey, what do I know? Trishan Holder is a captain, and she's standing out there. She knows why she has fielders positioned where they are.
Well, she's told Nia Wood not to go all the way out to the boundary, and so she's just about 3/4 ways to the boundary at the moment, Nia Wood, for the left-handers. And there it is again, another full toss, which has gone the way of Wood, who's out there. They're going for the second run, chance of a run out here, but the 2 players were able to make their respective creases quite easily.
Yeah, so the purpose is being served as to why the deep mid-wicket. She was actually a lot closer to the mid-wicket region, and she was brought a lot squarer after the first hoik across to the leg side. But 2 full deliveries here from Tiani Herbert Mears that have resulted in some runs.
Well, that's off the edge, away from the first slip though, and that's a good delivery from Herbert Mears. She's still holding ahead at the end of the over, And her first over has been a bit expensive, but at the end of 9, Jamaica 38 for 1.
She did create a couple of half chances, though, in the over, albeit with full tosses. And Mackenzie seems to be struggling here a bit. Not sure.
Remember, Jamaica have lost one player. Just to remind you, Carrie-Ann Spencer was taken away to hospital. Tiana Samuels was taken away to hospital earlier with some breathing problems. And let's hope that she is okay. Now, there's been a heavy concentration of Sahara dust around us, and both of us have been feeling the effects over the last few days, me more than anyone over the last couple of days. And certainly we hope that isn't the case there for Mackenzie. If you are subject to any of the respiratory problems, walk with your inhaler. That's what you need.
Do take all precautions as necessary. And just to remind you, in the 30 over affair, the power play is
9 overs,
The first power play is 9 overs. So we've come officially to the end of the Jamaica batting power play in their batting innings. They're still needing 79 runs from 126 deliveries.
And despite everything, they have slowed down a bit, Jamaica, but despite everything, they are ahead of Barbados in the running to get this total of 117. Barbados with 31 without loss after 9. Jamaica 38 for 1. So just the 1 wicket loss there. And Gordon and Mackenzie getting some water. And it has been that sort of day, hasn't it? And I think Gordon also getting a bit of a massage to the lower part of the back from the physio of the Jamaica team. Yeah, just checking to see if she's okay. A bit of a hip problem, perhaps.
It's not easy going out there. We can feel the heat here under our broadcast tent, and it's probably that much hotter in the middle.
Certainly is hot here, I can tell you that. Our producer is down for the count at the moment. 38 for 1. And he's not having a good day. His crystal ball is cracked, and now down for the count here at the moment. But he's a brave guy, Michael Rukwa, and he's continuing on quite well.
As you speak about crystal ball, I'm going to make a prediction that this one is going to come down to the wire. Similar to the last game that we called here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field in Sports and Physical Education Center at UWI.
Well, that's predicted a double change here. Herbert Mayers at the southern end. Now Najani Cumberbatch. Well, she's full of confidence after her brilliant 52 not out of 72 deliveries earlier. And the off-spinner trying to do the trick for her team here. Oh, she's appealing for 1. That's gone. First ball, she's gotten it. That one pitching wicket to wicket, just straightening. And that is the wicket they wanted. And Cumberbatch is having a dream day. A half century and now a wicket off her first ball. And that is the end of Mackenzie.
Yeah, Mackenzie getting no batter whatsoever on that delivery. And a half of a stride forward. And when you bowl wicket to wicket, as Cumberbatch has done, you tend to always be in the running for a wicket, and she's definitely on the cards here to be the player of the match. 52 not out, and instantaneously a wicket with her first ball, coming off bowling figures of 6 overs for 32 runs in their previous match. She now has a wicket with her first ball.
Yeah, it was a perfect delivery just from she's bowling round the wicket, just pitching that one in line, getting it to straighten, and certainly with Mackenzie not getting far forward and trusting the pad more than anything else, well, that was the wicket fall. Now, here's the most dangerous player on the Jamaica team. That's Lena Scott, and she is coming off 35 of 57 against Trinidad and Tobago. And we did see her hit some lusty blows last year, didn't we, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And she's here to do battle for her team, Jamaica.
Yeah, she does have that type of stature. Those power hitters, they tend to look burly and strong.
So Mackenzie out for 8 of 26 deliveries, correction. She and Diaz going for the same score. Gordon's still out there, and let's see what Scott. What is her approach going to be early here? Really needs to play herself in. And she gets one immediately. And that's good positive cricket from Scott to start off here. And that's a cameo of what she is all about.
And that's, you can see the difference, Vidya, in terms of her approach. The aggression, it's not just about hitting big shots, hitting sixes and fours, but the aggression in calling for that run, realizing that, similar to the last game that Barbados played, all their fielders that are in the ring are basically standing, most of them, on the edge of the 23-meter circle. So it presents opportunity for those type of quick singles. So good aggressive calling from Lena Scott.
Cumberbatch homing in on that similar line to where she got the first wicket, because Gordon, just like Mackenzie, is not getting far forward. So that sort of situation, if you can get it to straighten and hit the pads, another candidate for LBW here, coming from with the off spin from round the wicket. Yeah, a bit too short this time, but straight to the fielder, and that is Campbell there to make the stop. That was an awkward looking stop, but it was effective. That one would have run away towards the boundary.
Yeah, I think she got away with that one. Did Cumberbatch a real drag down on that occasion. Not the same length that she was bowling previously in the first half of the over. But with that single, it brings Lena Scott back on to strike.
Oh, full toss. That one is wide. Lena Scott upset with herself. She felt that she could have done a little bit better because there's no one behind square on the leg side. So that would have been an easy put away for 4. Only the second ball she's faced. Here's the last ball of Cumberbatch's for over.
Yeah, the only fielder out on the boundary on the leg side is Asabi Calendar at mid-wicket.
End of a successful over here from Cumberbatch, and at the end of 10 overs, 1 ball remaining, correction. 1 ball remaining, and this is the last ball of the over, presumably from the off spinner. Oh, that was a big edge. Now the first slip, if it had been in place, that would have been directly to first slip. But the overs ended with a dot ball, and at the end of 10 overs, Jamaica are 41 for 2. They're in search of 117 for victory. So here's the start of the 11th over. And Mayers, noticeably the first slip has now disappeared for Mayers. And with the left-hander still on here, might be a good policy to have the left-hander on to when Gordon is batting. Have the slip on at least, I'm saying. Just 14 years old, certainly announcing herself with a hat-trick a few days ago here at UE Spec. Can she carry on in this game? Another one that hits the pad, the stifled appeal, but nothing doing from umpire Javid Prasad at the other end. And you might have seen a shot a couple seconds ago about some students. There's a sort of an orientation for summer school, it's called, going on at this time. If you are coming to St. Augustine for that, well, don't walk through the southern gate. There are some rather terrible blackbirds that attack you. I found out myself the hard way this morning. driven away. Just a single. You know, when they're in nesting season, they do attack you. I thought I was in a Hitchcock movie there for a moment. Scott will pick up the single. Oh, chance at a run out. Why, there were chances to run out both players because Scott, instead of going to the other end, was just turning around and looking to see what was happening behind her. Yeah. She could have been run out easily.
Yeah, she was ball watching because she did not really look at her partner. She just really answered the call and continued running, but jogging, not really running hard at that single. But all's well that ends well. Another one added to the total for Jamaica, moving their score up to 43 for 2 after 10.4 overs.
And Herbert Mayers was screaming for the ball at the non-striker's end, hoping for the run out. I mean, that type of ball watching would put you in Harry Maguire territory.
You brought a smile to the producer's face with that analogy.
43 for 2, the last ball off the 11th over here. So still, you would have to give Barbados the slight edge at this time. 2 wickets down, Jamaica at 43 for 2 here, but still a long way to go in this game. And well, what's happening here? The umpires have, well, it's the end of the 11th over, 43 for 2. And I think it is, what has happened is that the player, Gordon, has asked to leave the field at the moment. Is that what has happened?
If you recall, she was struggling a little bit earlier, and the physio had to come out and have a look at her. She was probably having some problems with her back a bit earlier.
Yeah, she was.
Having that rubber on her back from the physio earlier in the piece. So it is possible that that discomfort has just gotten a little bit too much for the young lady, and she is asked to be retired hurt, I would suspect, leaving the opportunity for her to come back in.
Yeah, so that's now 2 players from the Jamaica team that have some injury issues. I'm sure that if required, that Gordon will be back on to bat.
Well, that would be 3 because remember, even though Lena Scott is at the wicket, she had that thumb injury where she was struck on the thumb. So Samuels, Gordon, and Lena Scott all carrying injuries.
Scott, I don't think wild horses could drag her off the field at the moment. She is out there for battle, and she's already started positively.
Even whilst wicket-keeping, you could see that she was battling through the pain after being struck on the thumb. She stayed there for about 2 to 3 overs before finally coming off and getting attention to the thumb.
Abigail Bryce is the new batter out there for Jamaica at the moment, the right-hander. And Bryce, 16 years old. She is the one change to the Jamaica team from last year. Jamaica, all of their players, save Bryce, have returned for the competition this year.
Bryce, 16 years old, is Abigail Bryce. Celebrates her birthday on the 20th of November. And she actually is coming into this game scoring no runs in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago. She opened the batting actually with Brianna Gordon in that encounter against Trinidad and Tobago, but didn't trouble the scorers. So she's on a pair at the moment. Just faced the one delivery to bring us to the end of the 11th over. And Jamaica under 19 women, 43 for 2.
Here's the start of the new over. Cumberbatch took a wicket with her first ball of the previous over. Oh, that's a full toss, and Scott was happy for that. That's getting the 1. And this is going to be a big battle. Cumberbatch versus Scott. And Scott looks like she's the dominant type of player. She wants to get on with things here.
I was just about to tell you, you can see with that shot to mid-wicket, the difference in the caliber or the quality of the batter. She made good connection with that full toss. and it raced away to the mid-wicket region. And another day it probably would have gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, it certainly would. That's better there from Collymore, getting across to make the stop, but a wide all the same by Cumberbatch. And you feel that if there is a stretch of a couple good days of sunshine here, they will have the tractors on to cut the grass a bit, because it is fairly heavy. Certainly not the height that the cricketers would want to see out there, especially the batters. They'd want to get full value for their shots. Well, Scott is very aggressive. In fact, she was almost half the way down the pitch at the moment for that one.
She wants the strike.
Yeah, she does. She wants to get the strike badly here from Abigail Bryce. That's good. Bryce solidly in behind with her defensive shots here. And if she continues like this, she's going to be the ideal foil for Scott. But she has to pick up the odd single or two to get Scott back on strike.
And if you recall in the Barbados batting lineup, I'll come back to it.
Slight slip, but we'll get through for this single.
And as you said, taking those singles to allow not too much pressure to build up on Lena Scott and allow her the lion's share of the strike, because in the batting lineup for Barbados, the Collymore sisters did that well coming down to the end, allowing Cumberbatch more of the strike, getting those singles when necessary to allow Najani Cumberbatch, who's actually bowling now, to get to her half century.
That's a full toss. That's a no ball. It's not going to count even if it's caught, and it does drop safely. In the meantime, they have run 2. So the runs are coming again here for Lena Scott and Cumberbatch. Perhaps just a thought of bowling to the aggressive Jamaican right-hander. She does falter a little bit here. This will be a free hit. So a chance here for Scott to go gangster, as they say on this one.
We're seeing why she wanted the strike. Here's the free hit.
Oh, that's hit. Well, she didn't get all of that. It's going to be caught. But the run out hasn't worked out either. It just went straight back into the hands of the bowler. And the free hit has come to nothing.
It went up, it came down, but it went nowhere.
Yeah, Cumberbatch was the one who took the catch and hit the stumps with the throw from exactly 2 inches away.
And Abigail Bryce was rooted to her crease. No chance whatsoever of a run out.
Yeah, better delivery. Doesn't give Scott the room to play her shots. 49 for 2 after 12 overs.
And the pick of the bowlers so far, Chrisanne Howell, 1 for 12 from 4, and Johnny Cumberbatch 1 for 9 from her 2. No wickets yet for the other bowlers. And as you see here, some rain clouds directly above us actually. So we're hoping that these blow away with that strong wind that comes from the east and northeast of the side of the ground, which is actually this side of the ground here. The east-northeast and direct east is where the weather tends to come from here at the University of the West Indies.
Well, the good thing is the dark clouds are directly over us, and there is no rain at the moment. So that should slip by and say hello to Port of Spain in a few hours' time. Nice teasing flight here from Tiani Herbert-Mayers. And I tell you what, at 14 years old, she's already has impressed in this competition. I'm sure the Barbados and West Indies selectors are going to have a close look at her and see how her development's like over the next couple of years. Another well-lined delivery. It's just inviting these 2 Jamaican batsmen to get after her. And with the mid-on and mid-off inside the circle, just inviting the likes of Bryce and Scott to take on the challenge of trying to loft it over them.
You speak about Tiani Herbert-Mayers and her age. That's a good delivery. no pace on the delivery, and Bryce just fishing there. And you talk about her age, and I recall Nisa Mohammed and Haley Matthews making their international debuts at 14, 15, 16 years in that age range, and they've gone on to higher heights.
That's a big shot essayed here. That's exactly what Bryce is trying to do. Just lift it over the infield to pick up the boundary, perhaps. Wide here. Stephanie Taylor, the Jamaican, actually started playing cricket outside of her country at age 10. She was that good. Arguably the greatest player in the history of West Indies cricket. That's officially, but away from the fielders. Though some may feel that at this time she certainly is, but a lady who's admired her immensely is now catching up with her. That's Haley Matthews, who still has a bit of way to get to the volume of runs and wickets taken by Stephanie Taylor. Flicked away, just going to be one. They're going for the second one. This could be dangerous here. It could get... Oh, she's missed it. That was the opportunity to get rid of Scott. And she's missed it from just about 4 feet away. 13 overs gone, 51 for 2.
Yeah, but that's good awareness, though, by the fielder. Was it Calendar on that end that to choose to go to the non-strikers? And
actually, it's Nia Wood who gets there first. And
it's Nia Wood.
And the call from Herbert Mayers was to get it to my end. And there it is. Scott is almost giving up on it at that point. And missed it.
She almost actually had a little bit more time than she thought, the Tiani Herbert Myers, to actually take a step closer to the wicket and probably underarm it back to the stumps. But another chance goes a begging, and live to fight another day, does Lena Scott.
That's lifted over the head of the fielder. This will be a couple of runs here. So she does have some shots to go with the solid defense, Bryce. And right now, she continues to do what she's doing now, picking up the doubles, getting the singles readily. This is going to be an interesting partnership here. And Barbados are going to have to be very careful with these two at the crease, with Scott with her aggression and Bryce with her ability to turn over the strike. And they haven't been able to dismiss Scott in the over. 13 overs gone, 53 for 2.
And I think this was one of the reasons why Abigail Bryce was chosen in the last game to open the batting with Brianna Gordon, because of exactly that you've mentioned, Vidya, the ability to turn over the strike and take those quick singles and keep the scoreboard ticking and actually stay at the wicket for an extended period of time.
So some more running repairs here for Scott, who is still getting some attention to that left hand, the thumb that was damaged while keeping earlier. And she is getting some running repairs. Tiani Herbert Mayers also, she has her left boot off. And Lena Scott getting some work, and Abigail Bryce also redoing the pads. So a lot of work here. It's been hard work for these ladies here at UE Spec. Here in north central Trinidad. Jamaica versus Barbados, around 3 matches. Match number 8 in the tournament in the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship. As for Jamaica, after today's game, they will face Guyana in their next game on Tuesday. And they will then come up against the Windward Islands in their final game. That is on Thursday. That will be moving day for the teams. As for Barbados, they face the Windward Islands in their next match on Tuesday, and then the Leeward Islands on Thursday in their final preliminary round match. So, which of these two teams will be getting into that top 2? Well, it's difficult to see. Right now, the front runners are Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, and I can tell you, right now, the Windward Islands are 28 for 1. They're chasing 132 for victory. So just 102 runs to go. In 28 overs, TNT bowled out. Windward Islands 28 for 1 after 9.3. And in the other game, Guyana, in a match that has been reduced to 19 overs aside, are 102 for 7. That's 1 over to go in that one. Physio has certainly had a very, very tough day. She really has had to earn her money today. This has been out there several times so far. Charlene Tate, correction. Miss So Jamaica 53 for 2 after 13 overs here. Just by comparison, Barbados are 48 for 1. Scott pushing for the single, but sometimes the over-aggression is infectious at the other end.
And I was just about to point out, if you take a look at Bryce, her disposition at the non-striker's end is quite a lot different from many of the other batters that we have seen on show.
Yeah, she's walking up with the bowler and just getting ready to sprint down to the other end.
Yeah, almost like a track star in that crouch position, ready to run, but also keeping that bat grounded firmly behind the crease.
Hit just over the head of mid-wicket, and this will be a couple of runs here for Scott. And that one picked up there. Two fielders are in the deep on the leg side, one at deep mid-wicket, the other at a wide long on. So between them, they were able to cover that one. The thing is, you don't, you hit the ball on the ground, the grass is slowing it down, and even when you get it uppish in the air, when it drops onto the heavy carpet here, it just slows down quickly. So they don't, either way, you're not profiting here with these big shots. Well, that beats the fielder, and they will get one. And I think they have identified that Scott is a candidate for a run out. That's not the first time we've seen Scott in a position where she could have been run out.
She's not the quickest between the sticks, but she does run aggressively. She calls aggressively, and she hits the ball with some power. Trishan Holder, captain of the Barbados team, at mid-off.
Not a full toss. This has gone high up into the air. Oh, it's dropped. Two fielders getting in each other's way, and Jamaica have completed a second run here. Well, it was supposed to be the catch of the outfielder. I think Nia Wood was the one who's getting under it, but Cumberbatch decided to try to take the catch herself, and the chance is gone. Let's see what happens here. Wood is getting under it. Cumberbatch gets in the way, and after a succession of attempts, unable to take the catch and can't effect the run out either. Back live now. Another dot ball. So the chances are coming for Barbados, but they're just finding ways, and unusual ways too, of not taking them. 14 overs gone, Jamaica 58 for 2.
Yeah, complete miscommunication there by Nia Wood and Nijani Cumberbatch. Probably you would have thought that the bowler should have called loud and hard.
Well, there's no miscommunication there at all. It's orientation day for those, and they're enjoying themselves. Perhaps first look at the campus here at the University of the West Indies. All 17 of the English-speaking Caribbean nations are well represented here in the campus. 14 overs gone, 58 for 2.
Of course.
Might have a couple of cricketers in there also.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you that building there, you would remember well. That's a student activity center where we would hang out as students.
Well, I could tell you something, but when I was here on campus, that did not exist. That might date me a little bit, but that was not even built yet when I was here.
I was trying to pay him a compliment of his age, but he did not want to hide it. So now that we know that Vidya is a lot more older than I am, but that building there, the student activity center, there's a cafeteria, a couple of food places, vending machines, ATM,
tool tables and the sort.
Poker table, pool table, everything, all activities. The guild office is actually upstairs to the left of the screen, right there in that building. The president of the guild sits in an office just to the right of that building upstairs. Student activity center shuttle stop.
Yeah, that's where the buses stop to take the students around here at the campus. And
not to forget that there are off campus, there's open campus, and there's a law school, Hugh Wooding Law School. So the shuttles go up to the Hugh Wooding Law School, as well as the medical faculty down at Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex.
And they do drop students off at some of the other areas in and around the campus here. And yeah, air-conditioned classes certainly didn't happen when I was here. It's not that air conditioning was not invented at that time. That's not what I'm saying. It was invented. It's just that we didn't have classes that had them.
Well, I was about to ask.
It hasn't been that long.
I was about to ask. So I think the umpires have decided here that they're going to take the water break, although there's still one over left to get to the 15th over when it's the usual water break. I think they've decided that as a couple of players are getting attention, they're going to take the water break. And I think that's a fair enough time for us as well to take a short break, get some hydration, and come back to you in a short while.
Yeah, Jamaica 58 for 2 at the end of 14 overs. Welcome back to UE Spec, and Jamaica 58 for 2, and after 14 overs, that's the halfway mark. Well, not quite the halfway mark, that's 15 overs, but just by comparison, Jamaica 58 for 2, Barbados after 14 overs were 49 for 1, so Barbados certainly behind the 8 ball at the moment. It's just rolling slightly across in front of them at the moment, but this young lady trying to change things. This is Tiani Herbert-Mayers, and she took a hat-trick in the last game. Can she repeat something of, well, they certainly would want to hope that she can do something of that ilk at the moment.
Yeah, so a little bit of an extended break as Leah Campbell, who's standing directly in front of us, was getting some treatment.
Well, that's cut away. It's come towards Campbell. Couple of couple of bounces, and she turns and throws. But Scott, who was really laboring to get to the other end, has gotten back there in the end safely. So a couple runs there for Scott. And she, just like her compatriots above her, she is playing her shots all the way.
So actually we had a bowling change. This is Asabi Calendar who is actually bowling from that southern end.
Very similar hairstyle to Mayers. And that's played off the back foot. And she's quite an aggressive young bowler, Asabi Calendar.
Giving the old fast bowlers a steer back up the pitch to Lena Scott.
Yeah, there's a lot of menace in that steer, wasn't there?
The great Malcolm Marshall would be proud.
And Calendar would have... that's a good ball. Calendar played for Barbados senior team in the women's Super 50, and she also played in the T20 Blaze, so that was valuable experience for her, and she's bringing that into this under-19 competition.
And definitely a lot quicker than some of the bowlers we've seen so far.
Oh, that's another bit of misfielding at the back, and going to be another run here Let's see what the call is from the umpire. Is that going to be wides? It is. So that's a couple of runs there added to the Jamaica total. And certainly Jamaica benefited from a lot of extras. I'll give you the count in a moment. And I know you've been celebrating during the break that your favorite driver, Max Verstappen, has won the British Grand Prix.
Actually, I think that's my daughter's favorite driver. I'm a fan of Lewis Hamilton, who actually podiumed today as well in the British Grand Prix, coming in third behind his teammate.
Calendar just pulling out of the delivery. And Verstappen cruising to victory in the British Grand Prix. His 6th win in a row. Record equaling 11th consecutive triumph for a Red Bull.
I don't think he can be caught this season again.
Again down the leg side, another wide. McLaren's Lando Norris fought off Lewis Hamilton after finished 2nd. And Lewis Hamilton, as you mentioned, coming in 3rd place. Verstappen's 8th win in 10 races has brought Red Bull level with the record McLaren established in their historic 1988 season with Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost. Another one down the leg side, and Calendar, after a couple of good deliveries at the start, has lost the plot here late in the over, and that's a 3rd wide. So yeah, she's not quite gotten it right here late in the in this over.
Yeah, she is generating some good pace, but not getting the direction right. The last couple of deliveries, she has a good, nice athletic run-up.
And again, another wide. Yeah, that one there, the Barbadians just trying to con the umpire into appealing for something down the leg side. It was clearly far away. And even at this young age, they have learned the tricks of the international players.
Yeah, but she does have a good athletic run-up. She has a very smooth action as well coming into the crease. And some of the younger players, you tend to see them slow up as they get to the crease. But she actually runs through into the crease and into her bowling stride. And she has a great, powerful action at the crease as well.
Yeah, certainly one for the future. And for the present, another run conceded here of Calendar. Too much on the leg side, too many deliveries on the leg side. And the Jamaicans picking up the runs here. 65 for 2. This partnership starting to become ominous. We mentioned that this partnership, we mentioned this earlier, that the way they were rotating the strike and the fact that Barbados weren't able to pick up to take those chances they created, it would give them no end of worries. And certainly that has come off to haunt the fielding side here. That's a good shot. Just going to be one though. And for the 2nd game in a row, we've seen Barbados again give away the initiative to the opposing team. So that's the end of the 15th over, 66 for 2. And this has been a huge acceleration here from Jamaica. At the similar stage, well, there's 1 ball to go. In fact, it is a couple of wides. So 3 wides in the over. So 1 ball to go here. Barbados, after 15 overs, were 52 for 1. And a possibility of going even further ahead here at Jamaica. Pulled away. And, oh, that's just short of the fielder. Why was there not more of an effort there? The fielder was just ambling in. And if she had really raced in, she could have been under that catch. All the same, the chance has gone 67 for 2 at the end of 15 overs. So 15 runs better here, Barbados, than Barbados were at the same stage after 15 overs.
And having said that, a shower of rain has just come down here at the Sir Frank Worrell field in Uwe. But it doesn't look like the umpires are taking any time. They're not coming off the field at the moment.
Well, if it gets heavier, they will. The groundsmen have already started to pick up the covers, as you can see there. There they are, the ground staff. And there's the gentleman with the Rastafarian hairstyle. He's the one who has the bird. And his bird might be telling him, listen, I think the rain's coming. You need to get out there. 67 for 2 after 15 overs, and they're just about ready to come on. In the meantime, the game continues. High up into the air. This could be caught. And Holder takes the catch. The ball was wet. It was slippery. And she still manages to hold on. And that's the end of Price. Bryce has been caught here for 9, and just before the rain break, this could be vital if this game is rained out.
Yeah, I was just about to mention to you that if the rain comes, we're going to have to start considering Duckworth Lewis and all the other permutations. And this wicket, as we see here, Trishan Holder is actually standing at mid-off and ran to deeper mid-on to take that catch, calling off for Tiani Herbert Myers to actually take the catch, and take the catch as she did. So an important wicket here for Barbados. It could prove costly for Jamaica. No, 67 for 3 after 15.1.
Well, the umpire called Lester. That's why he's doing that, is he's had to tell the groundsman to get back off the field. They, without being called on, had started to run on to the field, and now he's told them, no, you have to get off the field. It is up to it's the prerogative of the umpires to call the groundsman on, not the other way around. And that's why. So they are allowing play to continue here. Not sure how happy Jamaica will be with this. But the wicket falling there, 67 for 3, and I think they still might be ahead on the Duckworth Lewis pass score at the moment. Here's Cumberbatch to continue. And that's struck on the pad. A couple of wickets here, with the wicket being sprinkled by the passing rain. Could work badly against Jamaica here.
The match official, the match manager, Mr. Bruce, he is well familiar with the university campus, and he knows where the rain is coming from.
Oh, that's almost back into the hands of Cumberbatch.
So yeah, so he would definitely be communicating to the standing umpires as to whether or not they should come off. Because I had a chat with him before, and he's well aware that the rain comes from the east and the east-northeast. It seems to be clear so far.
Single to get off the mark, Wilmot. And Scott trots down to the other end. So it is...
That's
it is
Kate Wilmot.
Kate Wilmot
yeah.
Is... Kate Wilmot is at the crease.
Here's one hoiked away down to long on from Lena Scott. And Tiani Hubert Mears does the fielding. But
now the umpires have decided to call the ground staff on. The rain was not relenting, and they decided to call them on with one ball remaining in the 16th over. And Jamaica off 69 for 3 at the break. And this match, well, has been halted here at 10 past 3. And we'll see in a moment. The umpires will give us an update on how much, where the situation is with this match here. So Jamaica, 69 for 3. They lost a wicket just before the rain break. And they're chasing 117 for victory. So we'll give you an update on how things go. But Gerard, definitely, it seems that Jamaica should still be slightly ahead here, even with the wicket loss late there.
Yeah, I think Jamaica are just slightly ahead. And even if the game is called, because we lost, remember we lost half an hour at the start as well due to the inclement weather. And third umpire Simon Arun told me that we have up until 3:18 before they start minusing overs, and then a further hour after that before looking at calling off the game. So at this moment, even on Duckworth Lewis, I think Jamaica would be just ahead, and it's thanks in main part to steady batting from Lena Scott, but also from some wayward bowling from the Barbados team, who haven't seemed to fix any of the mistakes they made from that Guyana game, where they had a lot of misfields and a lot of wides and no balls. So that has added to the Jamaica tally and allowing Jamaica to be 69 for 3 after 15.5 overs. So we wait to see how the weather turns out and whether we get any further play in this one.
Whether or not, so that would be the situation. Let's update you before we go to the break on the situation with the other games. Trinidad and Tobago on the 19th. They have set Windward Islands 132 to win. Windward Islands are 46 for 1. And in the other game, Leeward Islands have already lost 2 wickets for 1 run. They're in search of 103 for victory in an 18-over-a-side game. So that's the situation there. Here at UE Spec, Jamaica are 71 for 3. They're looking for 117 for victory. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll update you on the situation with the match as soon as word comes to hand. Welcome back to UE Spec here for game number 8. Jamaica versus Barbados, CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship. Jamaica versus Barbados. The situation was when the rains came down, Barbados had scored 116 for 9. Jamaica needed 117 runs in 30 overs. And at the rain break, which came at just about 3:10, so we've been off the field for the better part of 40 minutes, I'd say. 40 minutes off the field. And right now, the revised target that Jamaica need will be 111 of 28 overs. So they still require 46 runs from 14.1, 40 runs, correction, of 12.1 overs at 3.3 per over. So that's going to be a target that not very much, not a big change in terms of what they would have been required for before the rains came. As for the weather, still there will be the opportunity of, I think there still could be a further interruption for rain. As you can see there to the southern side of the ground, a lot of dark clouds. But just to come back to the field now, like Jenny Cumberbatch, just the one ball remaining in an over in which she already took a wicket of the 16th over. Here she is. Bowling to Kate Wilmot, and Wilmot just powering that one away, just a dot ball to end off the over. So, Jared Basso is beside me now, and after 16 overs, the Jamaica team are 71 for 3. So, the equation is 40 runs needed of 12 overs. They should be able to get this if they can hold the innings together.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, video. Welcome back to everyone viewing. And you asked me before when the rain came down who was in front, and definitely with the revised target, I think Jamaica, especially with Lena Scott there, they would back themselves to get these 40 remaining runs.
Barbados have been able to create a lot of chances, especially a couple to Lena Scott. There was a run out that was missed, a drop catch also off her. Wilmot has just come to the crease, and these two, if they can get going between themselves, that's going to be an easy target for Jamaica and a second consecutive loss for Barbados. But Barbados will try to get themselves back in action here, and they will have at the southern end. This is Asabi Calendar to bowl from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, another loss here for Barbados would make it really difficult for them, albeit impossible for them to get into the first two, the top two on the table, of course, on the finals day next week, Saturday, 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and 5 versus 6.
Well, that's a wide, and that's been let through again. Collingwood's really struggled, and she's given a lot of work for her sister, who's fielding at that very straight, fine leg position. And that is another run. We were counting how many extras were given away by Barbados in the field. That is now 26 runs in extras out of a total of 73. That is an enormous amount.
Yeah, more than 1/3 of the runs are coming from extras, and we haven't taken into consideration the missed fields.
And another one here. There's another one that's missed down the leg side, and certainly Collymore really has struggled today. She also struggled in the last match, and especially when the ball goes down the leg side. That's where she has the most problems in getting across to those deliveries, one, and getting the gloves to them. Don't think she's even put a glove on any of those deliveries down the leg side.
I think that comes back to what I mentioned earlier in the innings in terms of her feet position and holding that low center of gravity.
And again, this one should have been taken, and I think Barbados really will have to look towards making a possible change here. That's 3 deliveries now, and 3 runs given away through the keeper just missing. 3 missed and 6 runs being given away, correction, in this period here. So there's Collymore already struggling today. The last game, not the best of displays, but I think today especially she really has had some problems. Well, that's going to be a no ball. There is going to be one. That one pitching on her side of the park, I'd have to say.
Losing her direction there, Sabi Calendar. But she's been the quickest of the bowlers that we have seen on show. And see here, Trishan Holder just coming across from mid-on to have a little chat with her bowler, probably just to calm her down and help her refocus on what the plan is and what they're looking to accomplish.
And why does she have to refocus? 6 runs given away in extras of her 3 previous deliveries. That one also a full toss, not put away by Wilmot. I'm sure if Wilmot had been there for a couple of overs, she may have been able to. What she was trying to do was to hit it over the extra cover region. There's no one outside of the circle on the offside.
So she's bowled 5 deliveries so far. Just one of those deliveries being a legal delivery. So she still has 5 deliveries to bowl. And probably the break in play would have done something in terms of her focus, because she was generating good pace and bowling with good rhythm before the break.
And another wide. That is the another extra given away here. And plus they've also gotten the extra run. So more of the same in this over. And the return over here for the Barbados team has not helped their cause at all.
Yeah, almost an entire over extra being bowled in this one little 5-minute spell here since the restart.
Yeah, that's certainly not going to help them. And that's the other reason why Calendar looks hugely distressed at the southern end of the ground. That's better. This one striking the pad. Not able to get the extra this time off the leg by, but that's better from Calendar. But still bowling on that's the wrong side of the wicket here.
Yeah, pitching the ball up, choosing to pitch the ball up, but much better by way of looking to attack the stumps nonetheless.
Applause here for Calendar. Second legal delivery in the over. And again going down the leg side, this time coming off the pad of Scott. And yeah, so it hasn't been a good restart here for the Barbados team at all. And so far,
it's actually given us runs, so yeah, there was a bit of bat onto pad on that occasion, on that pull shot there from Lena Scott.
10 runs already scored in the over and just 3 legal deliveries. And another wide. Boy, she's really struggling here. And that's where the captain really has to get across to her at the moment. But you're coming out, you know that you're coming out. You really have to get yourself focused. And I don't think that Calendar was properly focused to come back in for this particular over.
And as you mentioned, you see here Trishan Holder, beg your pardon, coming across to have a word with Asabi Calendar. And I put it down that all of this will be learning, part of that learning curve for these young ladies.
And another one, she's overcompensated this time, trying to get it on the offside, but that one just pitching almost off the cut strip. So yeah, it hasn't been a fun time here for the Barbados team at all. And this is the replay of how it happened. Look how wide this one pitches. Well, that one just pitched on the white line. That's how wide it was. The second bounce actually took it off the pitch.
And I think this now here is a little better from Trishan Holder, slowing her down right the way down and stopping everything to get her refocused, because with just about less than 30 runs now needed, she does need to refocus and get it right.
That's a lot better from her. And I think she probably might be telling you, just don't worry about the pace right now. Just try to get the direction right at the moment. Yeah, so with remember the equation when they came back, 40 runs needed of 12.1 deliveries. And now we've had it over here where already 12 runs have been scored, and we still have 2 legal deliveries to go. This could very well be the turning point in this contest that has put Jamaica on the downhill of the chase. Well, they will get through for the run, and Lena Scott was there. She was struggling, but they do get the ball back in, and eventually she was able to get in pretty comfortably in the end. Just one more ball remaining in the over, 1 legal delivery, and it has been a really a turning point in this game.
Good all-round cricket on that occasion. Well played, a shot from Kate Wilmot into the cover region. A good pick-up and a good throw, and collected cleanly by young Collymore. And although she whipped the bails off, Lena Scott had already made her ground. So good all-round cricket on that occasion.
Current run rate has climbed to just under 5. The required rate, as you can see there, just under 3. So that's manageable here for the Jamaica team. They certainly should go on to win this one now. Well played by Scott, looking to play and run, but she saw the sight of her opposite number there and decided, I think I'll just stay on for the next over. After 17 overs, Jamaica are 84 for 3, and that's 13 runs in the over.
Yeah, so a real mixed bag, but an awful over in terms of all the extras given away by extra deliveries as well as extra runs on this occasion from a Sabi calendar. So if at all she does come back to bowl, she will want to do a lot better. But she did close the over well. A couple of straighter deliveries, and the last one, of course, of Yorker length to Lena Scott. As we see the return here of Najani Cumberbatch from the northern end, or the gymnasium M.
She has 2 overs to go, and she will try to tie down one end. Who's going to bowl at the other end? That's the problem. Well, that one kept very low, but well kept out there by Wilmot. And Calendar's bowled 2 overs, but the real question is now, would you risk giving her another over, given what happened to the previous one? Because that 13-run over certainly has broken this game here for the Jamaica team. Hit over the infield. A couple of runs here for Wilmot, perhaps. Well, she's dropped the bat. She's decided to go without the bat. Oh, there's a chance at a run out. And umpire Carl Lesser says not out. And Scott manages to trudge across the line. But the problem was Cumberbatch dropped the ball.
And I think there was a chance at both ends, because Wilmot had dropped her bat as well, so she was struggling to get back at the striker's end. But a chance really at both ends. Let's see here, and I think she's out actually, because the bat wasn't grounded. Whether her feet were in the crease, we would not know from our angle.
See from here, yeah.
But from the perspective of the bat being grounded, she did not ground the bat when the stumps were broken. So a chance.
Hit powerfully back past the bowler. Holder gets a hand to it, and just enough to slow it down. In the meantime, they get 2, but that was, I think that was the hardest you've seen any of the balls hit today. And Holder's gone down here, and I think she has also picked up an injury.
She landed badly, actually, when she fielded the ball. She landed on her hip and kind of twisted her back as she rolled over. Really, just out of your screenshot there. But she is struggling a bit now. But thankfully she got a hand on the ball, because it possibly may have run to the boundary for 4. As you see there, she landed on that right hip.
Yeah, she looks to be okay. I don't think she's one of those characters who's going to stay down on the ground a lot. She wants to get on with it here. And that's what that motion of the hand was about. Let's get on with it. I'll shake it off. And very much... she looks to be okay.
That's a level of professionalism that's really good to see from a young player who's still making her way through and in the age group and looking to break into the international level. So she is walking on her own power, so she seems to be, she's holding on to her back. So she is still in some discomfort, but she's urged her players to get on with it.
Yeah, she's one of those throwback players. As Cumberbatch looks to finish off all the remaining 4 overs here, but that was well struck by Kate Wilmot at the start of it. And that one kept low also. And Holder very much from the Vince Lombardi school of recovery. Yeah, run it off. I'll run it off, coach. That's okay. Still holding on to that small of her back on the left side. Hit towards Holder again, just to the left, picks up well, and gets it in powerfully towards Cumberbatch. Batter's already completing the single. So despite the injury, she's still giving everything for her team. The problem is it's just 22 runs off 63 deliveries. So they'll have to get a lot of pressure overs in here if they are to contain these two.
Yeah, they need to cut down on the extras, one, and then create as many dot ball opportunities as possible, and then also look to take wickets.
That's good running, just poking it into the gap, and Scott just ambling through for the single. That's good cricket there from these two Jamaica batters, and that has brought an end to the 18th over. At the end of 18, Jamaica 91 for 3.
With the revised target fast approaching, and this was one of the things that we discussed with Barbados in their last game and even earlier in this innings, where a lot of their fielders that are inside the 23-meter circle are camping out on the edge of the circle, and with just 21 runs needed, you may think that they would want to press in and be a little closer into the bat and not allow singles like that one on the last delivery of the last over. And possibly as well, Holder might want to bring in her fielders from out on the boundary and create that type of pressure that we saw Guyana do in their game against the same Barbados team.
Well, Dean is going to come into the attack here for Barbados. She bowled in the last game quite competently. Doesn't turn it quite as much as the other two off spinners, but quite tidy in her approach here. So Dean in now for Barbados. And what does she offer? She has to keep things tight here for her team. But that's going to be a difficult order with the likes of Scott and Wilmot at the crease. And Scott will pick up a single immediately. Collingwood there to do the fielding.
And Aaron Dean is quite a lot slower through the air than the other spinners in the Barbados lineup. So it's going to be interesting to see. The pitch was under some covers. If she does pitch the ball on that good length, if she does get any purchase off of the pitch.
Well, they go for the single, they won't. Action's heating up in the other games at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago, 131. Windward Islands are 97 for 5. And they still have 4.1 overs to go there. That's going to be a tight finish. Dean just tossing one up. Another single on offer here. Across in the Guyana game. Well, Guyana on the brink of victory there and an overthrow. No, they decide not to go for it. Guyana on the brink of victory. Guyana 102 for 7. And Leeward Islands are 58 for 9 at the moment. So Guyana looking to close out a second victory in a row.
Yeah, that would put them in good stead to make a run at the top of the table and get into that top 1 or 2 position, and play here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Field at the weekend, next weekend, on a finals day, next week Saturday.
Nice, the team can afford a loss here, and Jamaica move a run closer to victory and possibly a second one. They're going for the second run, and they'll get there pretty easily. Wilmot was the instigator. Scott initially wasn't interested, but she was dragged into it, and luckily for her, the throw went the other way.
Yeah, the throw went the other way, and it also went wide of the wicket, so quite comfortably coming back for that second run.
Scott has hit this one high up into the air. Will it be caught? Yes! That's brilliantly done! A great catch in the outfield, and that has seen the end of Lena Scott. That is exceptional stuff there in the outfield, and once again, it is the star batter today. That is Cumberbatch taking a really great one-handed catch.
Take a bow, Nijani Cumberbatch. 52 when you batted, a wicket off your first delivery, and now a blinder of a catch in the outfield.
That was going past her, and she just flopped on it, just dived backwards and took it one-handed, and took a heavy blow to her back, but all in service of team and country here, and she's getting the spray on at the moment. But boy, I think she would have enjoyed that. That was a great catch by Cumberbatch, who's having an exceptional game for a team.
I think an ice bath would be on the cards for many of these players who have taken quite some knocks today and given it all, as you said, in service of a country and in pursuit of the CWI Rising Stars trophy and championship.
27-run partnership between Wilmot and Scott in very quick time. Now Wilmot is very dangerous, but they've gotten rid of Scott, who really changed the course of this game with that quick-fire innings of hers. And now the new batter coming to the crease, and Dean is going to switch to round the wicket here for the left-hander, and the left-handed Brianna Gordon is at the crease.
If you recall, Gordon came off earlier. She was having some trouble, looked like she was having some trouble with her back. So the rain break may have done some wonders for her, given her a little bit of time to recover. So the left-handed Gordon back at the crease after Lena Scott was dismissed with 17 runs.
Yeah, that one's driven back, and Gordon duck against Trinidad and Tobago, resuming here on 8 of 27 deliveries, and she's back on, and after 19 overs, Jamaica 94 for 4. So wicket and 3 runs in the last over.
It's going to be interesting to see the approach of the Jamaican batters now, as we see Coach Carl there explaining all the different tactics and what should be happening with his batters out in the middle. But with the fall of Lena Scott, it's going to be interesting. She is really the heart and soul of their batting lineup, and we're going to wait to see if Wilmot and Gordon take the same approach of going hard, albeit only 17 runs needed still.
Physios are out there with one of the players. Jonelle Diaz was just having a look at one of her fielders. Cumberbatch back on to ball here, and a single off the first ball. She just has the 1 over to go now, and this is her final over. What a catch that was. Great innings from her. She's also had a wicket in this match. 2 wickets, 1 wicket, 2 wickets correction in the match, and a catch. She's done everything. A real shame if she ends up on the losing side. 2 for 23 off her 5.1 overs, and a chance here to bowl once again at Brianna Gordon. And Gordon's certainly not the type batter like Scott to push and run and bat aggressively. So they could be in for a bit of a slower period here for the Jamaica team.
And you see evidence of that there. Looking around the field, there's some of the Barbados fielders that are in the ring. They are actually a lot closer in now than they were before. And even before the ball is bowled, Trishan Holder telling them to come in.
That's a lot better there from Gordon. Just a nice, pleasant, fluent-looking drive straight back to the bowler. But yeah, the fielders are cheating in a little bit here, trying to stifle Gordon. Yeah, that's good. Very good here from Cumberbatch. The thing is, who's going to replace her at this end? They're going to have to find some solution here quickly. They may have to go back to the seamers.
It's going to be interesting to see if Trishan Holder herself takes the ball, given that she landed awkwardly a few moments ago.
Full toss. That peels off the edge, and that could be a couple of runs here. Gordon's going for the second run and gets there comfortably. So 2 more runs to the total. They're edging up towards the 100, and once they get over that 100, that's where the alarm bells. It's time to break the glass and pull out the axe from the wall, because that's when it's real problem time. Once you cross that 100, the psychological barrier is broken.
And once they cross 100, it's going to be just 11 runs or less needed at that point in time. You remember, the target revised because of a rain interruption we had just after 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Another full toss. That's a no ball. They will stay for the free hit, but it is going to be a no ball, and immediately signaled by umpire Caldesa
And that's the second time that she's bowled a no ball, because a waist high no ball, because the umpire has taken the ball from her.
Yeah, she's been pulled off the attack here, so someone's going to have to fill in to bowl the free hit. Not that there was any malice in the delivery. That's not the case at all. It was just, it is wet still out there, so that may have just been a slip on her part.
Yeah, and and as I asked about it, Trisha Holder actually takes the ball to complete this over. So probably when they do change over and come back to this end, Trisha Holder may be the one continuing from this end. Really unfortunate for Cumberbatch, though. Just one ball to go in her spell, and being pulled off of the attack for her second over the waist full toss.
And she might be in for the catch here. That's just behind the two fielders, just between the two fielders, Holder and that is Cumberbatch coming in. That really has summed up how it's gone for the Barbados team today. They've had their chances, they haven't taken them, and then they have been giving runs freely to the Jamaica team here today. The error count has been mounting up in their last two games.
So just 8 overs to go. With the 12 runs are still needed by Jamaica, we wouldn't think that we would get through those 8 overs. But of course, cricket is a funny old game. You never know. But Jamaica definitely on top in this one at 99 for 4. 1 run shy of 100 runs. It's just needing 111. The bowler from the southern end is Erin Dean.
She has returned for a second over, wicket in her first over, and she'll be looking to see if she can price out a couple more, add a couple of wickets as the old saying goes, and you'll see where you really are. 99 for 4, and just 12 runs to go.
They always
with
say
8 overs.
They always say add 2 wickets to the score and the complexion of the game can change.
That's a good delivery. It's turning away from the bat, and that one is beating Gordon all ends up. She's just back out there after that back injury. I hope that she's fully recovered, or at least feeling in a lot better position to play now. And remember, Jamaica might be batting with 1 short here today. That's hit away. There is a fielder out there. And that's good. They brought the fielder in 3/4 way to the boundary, and that's why they almost got the run out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so whether it's a panic or the alarm bells, as you mentioned, that have gone off for Barbados,
yeah, the 100
as
up
the 100
there
comes up, they are a little bit more on their toes now, especially with the fall of the wicket of Lena Scott. They're coming in a lot closer. Not standing on the boundary line or the boundary rope, and not standing or camping out on the edge of the 23-meter circle.
So here's Dean to continue, and Wilmot has not had much of the strike lately. Let's see, 9 of 16 deliveries.
And Trisha Holder just adjusting her field, bringing her mid-wicket up a little bit off of the boundary rope. And also adjusting the position of her extra cover fielder, her short extra cover fielder.
That's pulled away. 2 fielders after this one. It's not going to go to the ropes here. So they will complete 2. Will they get a 3rd run? They won't. And some news coming from one of the other games. Leeward Islands. They made 62 for 9 in their 10 overs. That match was further reduced, and Guyana have run out winners there by 3 runs. Guyana winning their 2nd match in a row.
Which means that Guyana will leapfrog one of either Trinidad and Tobago or Windwards.
Yeah, they certainly will. This one is hit powerfully away, just for 1. So the Guyana team, 2 in a row here for them. And they will be buoyed by the return of Ashwini Munisa, I believe, for their game on Tuesday.
Yeah, she's expected to come into Trinidad later this evening, I was told by their manager on Thursday when she was here.
Be a welcome return for her, and she'll be happy to see that the team has pulled off 2 wins in a row.
And if Trinidad and Tobago go on to lose, Guyana definitely will leapfrog them in the table.
Oh, that's essaying a big hit there. She almost strayed outside of a crease. Collymore collected. That could have been interesting.
It also kept a bit low.
Oh, that one, well, the last one kept low. This one rose pretty high, just jumping up at the batter. And luckily for her, not taking the edge. 103 for 4. They need 8 runs remaining, and they still have 7 overs to go.
Yeah, so the writing might be on the wall here for this one. And as we look at...
Well, it's also on the wall at the other game, which is taking place in California. Trinidad and Tobago 131. Windward Islands are 107 for 6. Now, they have played... This game is 28 overs aside, I believe. And the Windward Islands, it's 26.5 overs, so they will need 20-odd runs in the last over. So Trinidad and Tobago definitely looking like they will be run away with that. They will go on to win that game, unless something crazy happens in the last over.
I was about to ask you if you're a betting man and who your money is going to be on in that one, because that is a little too close to call for my liking.
Well, if I... there's air from the 1970s in my wallet at the moment, if I were to open it. And it is a change here. It's where we've come back to, and that is Mayers. Tiani Herbert Mayers is back on. And she will be bowling for the first time in this competition from the northern end. Can she do the trick here? Wilmot knows clearly it's just 8 runs remaining. They can pick this up easily, and she has changed her tack. She's become a bit more cautious now, and she's going to pick up these runs in singles.
They're showing some respect to Tiani Myers here.
Good delivery again. She's attacking the stumps.
As well they should. Not quite the same figures as the last game, but still very economical. As you see here in Johnny Cumberbatch, who's standing at a long on.
They're going for the single here. They're chance at a run out. Oh, missed the stumps. Maybe should have gone to the other end. And she's very upset with herself there. Holder at missing the stumps from maybe about 10 meters away. There she is. The chances are coming for Barbados, but they just have not been able to accept them.
And those are the high standards that she sets for herself. There's Trishan Holder quarreling and arguing with herself, really expecting that she would have hit the stumps directly from that close in. But really good to see from her that she does set those high standards.
I think she should have gone for the other end. That was the problem. But I understand the thinking. She wanted to get rid of Wilmot because they know she would be key at this time, even though it's just 7 runs remaining. That's pulled away. They could get a couple more here. They should push for the second run, and they are. The throw is on its way, but they get there comfortably. So that's 2 more runs to go, and just 5 more remaining for Jamaica to collect their first win of the series. So a win for Guyana a couple of minutes ago, and now they're just 1 hit away now, Jamaica, from victory here. She had a close look at that. Where are you going?
A bit of gamesmanship there. Just a gentle reminder.
Don't do it again. That's a good delivery. Just slipping it under the bat there of Gordon. Not cleanly taken, but good delivery again from Herbert Mayers.
Playing a bit across the line there as well was Brianna Gordon.
That's better from her. More sedate shot. And Wilmot might be telling you, we just need a few more runs, just 5. Don't give away a wicket. Come out with a not out. 22 overs gone. Jamaica 106 for 4. They just need 5 runs to go. 3 runs off that last over. So they're doing it, but just 3-4 runs and over. And there's the Jamaica think tank. And I'm sure that Coach Carl Brissett will be happy with his team. Remember, I told you that Jamaica also pulled off their first victory in the competition last year on this very day. So
history has repeated itself.
History looking might repeat itself. Wilmot 13 of 21. Brianna Gordon 14 of 40.
And it's going to be Dean who's going to be continuing with her spell. Erin Dean from the pavilion or southern end. Just a change in the field here.
1 for 8.
Fielder going into square leg.
Yeah, pulled an extra fielder across from the offside. And that's hit over the bowler's head. This is going to be 1. That's a nice sliding stop there by Cumberbatch coming across to make the save. And really, you can see from both teams, there are a couple players who have stood out in this game, and you can possibly see that these are players who could feature in future West Indies teams. I mean, not to put the jinx on them with that sort of pressure, but really you can see some of these players have the potential to go on to further honours. Another defensive shot. Well, the West Indies will be looking to qualify for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup in 2025. That'll be played in Malaysia and Thailand, and some of these players we're seeing here today could very well feature in that World Cup. Looking to get the pull shot in, but that's a wide. And that's a good take from Collymore. She has seemed to put that indifferent spell behind her. After a different period where she was just struggling to lay a glove on anything.
But these wides and no balls have bothered Barbados not only today but their previous game, and it's something they need to work on.
And another wide, as you mentioned that. So just 2 runs remaining now. And just a couple of runs here for Jamaica to complete victory. And Barbados, they're on the ropes. And Jamaica about to apply the finishing touches here to what has been a good victory for them.
And as you mentioned, looking to carry their career forward, some of these young ones.
Delivery here from Dean, just giving some more flight. And Gordon not drawn into the shot.
The new West Indies women's coach, Shane Dietz, did say that he has seen some good young promising talent in the Caribbean that can be used to build for the future of West Indies women's cricket.
That's one of the runs, and they get there pretty comfortably in the end. So just 1 run remaining. The scores are now tied. Jamaica, after the rain delay, needed 40 from 12.1 overs. Well, they got 13 in the next over they faced, and that has put them on the royal road to victory here. So just a 1 run remaining. Brianna Gordon and Kate Wilmot about to bring it home here for Jamaica. And unfortunately for Barbados, it will be a lot of deliveries still to face, 33 in all. And pretty much this is the end of the road here for Barbados in terms of their chances of winning this tournament. You would feel that with 2 losses, it's going to be very difficult for them to be in that final.
Yeah, just 2 games remaining for them in the round-robin phase, Tuesday and Thursday of this week.
Wilmot has gone for the run. There will be a chance at a run out here. She's made it. She's copped a blow to her body. That's not going to matter because Jamaica have run out winners here. Wilmot ending up on 14 not out. And Jamaica have won this game by 5 runs according to the Duckworth-Lewis method. And Nigel Cumberbatch has been named as the player of the match and certainly deserved.
Yeah, you get no argument from me there. She's done it all today, has Najani Cumberbatch. 54 when she batted, 2 wickets when she bowled, and then, of course, a brilliant in the field as well, effecting a catch that was all important to get rid of Alina Scott when they came out after the rain break.
So Jamaica running out winners, just to confirm for you, Jamaica running out winners in this match, and that is an excellent victory for them. And they will now move up the table. And just to tell you where they are, they started off this match in 5th place. Now with those 6 points, they have moved up into what could be 3rd place. Remember, there are 2 other matches going on at, well, the other match, Guyana also moving up to 6 points, and Trinidad and Tobago. They have also, their match is now also over. Trinidad and Tobago has won their match by 20 runs. So 3 teams, well, 2 teams on 6 points, and Trinidad and Tobago has now gone to the top of the table with 10 points. Windward Islands on 8 points. They are now in 2nd place. So still a chance here for both of the teams that have won today, Jamaica and the other team, Guyana, of getting into that final.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting coming down into the latter phase of the tournament with 2 games each day on this week, Tuesday and Thursday, before the finals day on Saturday. So it is getting crowded there in the middle of the table with Jamaica pulling off this win here today, and of course Guyana continuing their winning ways down there in central Trinidad. And it's going to be interesting to see where they land up. But of course, a net run rate is also going to play its part with many of these games, with all the weather around and the possibility of games coming down to Duckwood Lewis and maybe being rained out. Net run rate is going to play its part. But for this one here, Jamaica pulling off the victory on the back of some good performances by their bowlers and in the field, and then some steady batting when they took to the pitch.
So Jamaica winning it by 6 wickets in the end. They move up and still keep alive their chances of making it to the final game. Coming up for both teams, Jamaica will play Guyana on Tuesday, and that will take place at Gilbert Park. Barbados, they will face the Windward Islands at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Here at UE Spec, it will be Trinidad and Tobago for the first time playing at this venue. TNT will be coming up against the Leeward Islands here at UE Spec on Tuesday. So those are the rounds of matches coming up. Gerard, it's been a pleasure working with you once again, and certainly thank you so much for joining us here at UE Spec. We leave you with the news that Jamaica have won this match by 6 wickets here at the UE Spec, and thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Gerard Basso, I'm Vidya Ramphal, and also thanks to our team of our team here at UE Spec. I'm Vidya Ramphal. It's bye for now.